you just said I'll print it up full.
Alright, I believe we're live.
Okay, I will call the meeting to order, a regular meeting of December 11th, 2023, to order at 4:34. And we will start with item 2.1, the board attendance of the California School Board Association's annual education conference, which we all five attended.
Don't we need to ask for comment and
It's down below it. Is that above it on their comment? Oh, I don't have the printed one and it's below it.
I mean, we could call for any public comment and, I'm sorry, this is, I realize now it would have been easier to open this as a special meeting, so.
Yeah, special.
Right, so.
All special and a regular.
Yep,
Yeah.
so,
Okay, well, then we will go for public comment. Do we have any public comment on closed session agenda? No, we do not. No. We did 2.2. Because we did 2.1, I'll swear we will move on to the board attendance of the California School Board Association's annual education conference.
Apologies, Mary.
Oh, no worries.
I'm going off what I printed.
This
Yeah.
is
The
all
attachment, so.
And I didn't print because I thought I'm gonna go all digital, so, it's all fine.
Yeah, well, the good thing is that
In Rennie's.
everything's on the agenda, it just the order's a little bit.
Because I need to print it.
So
it fits
is-
in my-
Is the order off from what the public is saying too?
No.
I just
Public
moved
sends
the
digital.
adjourn to closed session right before virtual closed session, not before our discussion, because I didn't want it to appear that we were
Yeah, that was.
having a closed session
Right.
discussion.
Right, and that's why I assumed he was waiting for the public comment there, because they have nothing to say about it. They don't know about it.
Right.
But they're gonna find out about it, so who would like to begin and tell us about your sessions?
I will. But can I first ask, everything else is the same, I can stick with mine, I don't need to get another piece of
Yeah,
paper.
it was just these first couple items that
All right.
tossed around a little bit, sorry about that.
That's fair. I need a handout for everybody.
Oh, you're so good. I did type up and I thought I didn't do that, but
Okay.
I thought about it.
Um,
And
So,
can we, before you start, can we make a folder? And maybe we can all.
and I
send
can
out
scan my
some-
other
Yes.
stuff too, and I have some index of other ancillary items that, I can scan them in there too. But, so as, you guys already know, but I thoroughly enjoyed, all of my sessions. And so the first one, I didn't type all the stuff down because I'm not supposed to, so hopefully I'll just go through and talk about it. But, for the school safety one, it was, Santa Rosa City Schools, which is close to us, but, of course, they have much different community, needs than we do. But, the things I took away was that there is so much training out there, whether it's diffusing training or stop the bleeding training, or, it's just, there's a ton of stuff. So, just trying to figure out, hopefully the safety committee gets going and we can figure out what applies to our district. The gentleman who was the board president of Santa Rosa City Schools is a retired military man, and he said, you can harden the target, but, fencing in a school is not going to stop somebody from doing something. So, and the other thing I thought was really interesting that might render some more investigation is the apps and phone number to report tips, right? Because I know that, if kids see things, they may be able to stop a situation before, if they know there's someone. Kind of a side note that the educators kept saying is that if there's connections, and we've talked about relationships my whole time being around education, so if there's connections with adults before the content comes, that some of this stuff they will pick up, even the adults can pick up on kids that might be struggling or whatnot. And then I haven't made it there yet, but they said that there's this 4-pillar or something or other that is on their website, so that's my note to go see that, is that their strategic plan that includes the safety plan. And they have had some incidences, so I thought they obviously have been through it and could give us maybe some insight.
It's on the San Jose City Schools site.
And then I went to 2 sessions regarding school board members, student school board members, and then just the power of the student voice. And I think we need to look at the Ed Code 35012. There are things in there that they said that were shall, and then there's things that may. And so they said that the mileage allowance is a shall, so we need to look into that and see what that really is. Again, I haven't had a chance to do that at this point. There was student voice panels, which I thought was interesting, similar to town halls where students come together and some adults listen. They have this, and I don't remember what school it was, I'll have to go back and look, but they do at the end of the year, their student rep was part of, they were using the example of, they do educator appreciation speeches at the end of the year. So students come, I guess it would be similar to what we saw at the November 1st videos, where students will come and instead of doing, teacher of the year and stuff, this was kind of a K-12 experience and having shout outs, which I thought was kind of a cool idea. Maybe we could steal. And then one thing that they said that was interesting to me is that our constituents are actually the ones who can't vote. So it's the students. We think about it being the adults that vote and put us here, but yet it's the students that. So I thought that was kind of a little epiphany. And then moving a little bit less from the actual students sitting at the table to more of just getting student input. The students that spoke, this one was a student panel, and their student rep actually visits the school sites to get information to bring to us, not just the email or phone calls that they make. And then they talked about lots of different platforms, and again, I haven't got to go visit any of them for feedback for students, whether it's up in person or a superintendent's council. They talked about that these are bigger districts where, but having it both like the middle school and the high school's ASB meeting with Joe. And what I thought was really interesting is 2 things about the students being more educated. One is that they see the issues on campuses before we ever see them on the agenda, which I thought was it's like, yes, that's definitely true. And that it allows, as if our student rep is active, and that information goes back through leadership and whatnot, that the students know what to prepare to bring to us with the right verbiage and, anyway, they come with have done more legwork ahead of time so that when they come to us, it's really a complete package because they know how things are run through the board meeting and how we look at them. So that was a pretty cool thing. And then I went to the governance handbook and the board self-evaluation. Lake Tahoe, all of their stuff, their handbook and their evaluation is on their website. I haven't made it there, but it's all there. They talked about that they do, once they do their norms and their handbook and things, they publicly commit to a resolution. And the one thing that I really think came out of there for us is that we always struggle with how to answer those things on whether it's us or that, as a group. So they actually do 2 separate ones. They go through it first as an individual, and then they go through it once as they feel that the team is doing.
Right.
So I thought that would clarify things for us a little bit instead of us trying to figure out, well, am I answering this as a group or am I answering this? So they actually have 2 sets of data. They do book studies. They're and I wrote down the current one that they're doing, and I did look on Amazon. It actually looks like a pretty cool book and does tie to equity. So I'll do some more digging on that. But they're continuously doing that, similar to what we did with the governance board. And then we hear this all the time, and I don't know whether Joe has time, but to meet with the board members on 2s or 1s, either on some of these people are doing it weekly. I don't think we need that, but even if we could get it in quarterly, I feel like my rotation, like I didn't go to Genesee very often. I felt like it was a long time between the time I go. And so, anyway, I just thought maybe that might be a way to feel a little more informed.
And just a comment aside, that's the model handbook that I revamped ours from them.
Okay.
I didn't even, so.
There you go.
New value in these quality.
And so I'm not talking, I'll just change the tone of my thing. So this book came from one of my sessions, and it's part of Sean Covey, which I read a lot when I was younger. So that's a book that I am pretty busy in the next month, so I don't think I would be reading, so I do want to get them backside with everybody, if anybody wanted to jump on them. And then Diana and I bought these two, or district bought them, but we picked them out. So again, if Diana wanted this one, right? So if she wanted to start with that one, and then we'll rotate them around. And this, the Four Pivots, is the guest speaker that we saw on.
I never said that.
So these are the district's books, but I brought them to get in rotation.
Have they been checked in?
I've got all the information. I'm gonna
So if we want to give them to Renee first and
first.
then pick them up at the district,
I don't know how you-
however you want to do it, but I brought them.
Send me a photograph of your salesman book, and I'll, no, I'm serious, then
That's a
I'll
good
just
idea.
chart the date, that
Yeah.
you have it, and then mark it for
Well,
the
and
days.
I
a great idea.
have
I
thought
don't know
that,
who has what.
that we'd read like one chapter and pass it, and then the next person would read chapter. I don't know if that would work, but it gives, just to keep it small bites, but everyone involved.
There's some building chapter by chapter.
Yeah, that's true.
Can you
Okay.
coordinate us?
Three
Are
votes
there
for
more,
you.
are there a lot more books in the office like this? We should go for it.
I'm gonna order this.
Okay,
Would you
So-
start it?
Aren't you gonna start it?
no, this next month I'm kind of
Okay,
like,
I'll
yeah.
start it.
So you're going to selfie it and take your picture.
Yes,
Okay.
right now.
And so my last two were the inclusion trifecta, which the way I read it, I thought it was more all students, but it really focused on special ed students, which granted.
And sports?
Yes, so it is an amazing program. Joe probably already knows all about this because his tied to special ed, but at this school, it was called Bronco Buddies, and it's, I'll try to be really quick, but the overview is that there are kids, general ed students that it's kind of they're signed up as an elective, and they go out and they buddy a special ed student. They can be from SDC, all, just up to resource, so it's all levels. And then they are trained before school starts. They check in with the special ed teacher, I think weekly, and then they go out to allow students to have more inclusion into general ed classrooms. And they're the ones that they don't get a grade in the class that they're attending, they get the elective credit so they are just responsible for helping Sam access the curriculum, whether it's note-taking,
Like peer counseling, when you're not the counseling, it's the, not peer tutoring, but.
I mean, it's just like an adaptive PE, they would help them with the equipment. If it's in art, maybe they would help them run the, spinner thing. Or if it was, in that thing, yeah. And then if they're in history class, maybe it's helping them take notes or run, an electronic, device. So that's what their job is. They don't have to worry about what the curriculum is, they're worried about their buddy. And their videos were amazing. They have this end of the year celebration where they do their portfolio preview, and the kid, they actually go clear down to middle school, and then the kids, they were talking about how when they came to high school, that they were they would go find the person. I want to be a Bronco buddy, I want to be an aide, for Sam, and we're gonna go anyway. It's super cool. And so that ties to the Special Olympics and this Champion Schools CIF thing that the students participate in. I wrote down a bunch of, so it's cornhole, soccer, flag football, basketball, bocce ball, track. So in CIF actually, it's a National Unified Champion Schools. It's CIF recognized. They participate. I don't know if we have enough students. I mean, my question was, do we have enough students that do we qualify for a team and how that would all work? But again, haven't had time to dig deeper into those things, but it was pretty cool. And then, of course, these are bigger districts, but they have an equity coordinator. I don't know if that could go on somebody's to-do list, but we have so much going on with this. I just wonder if that's something that might need to be coordinated. And then strategic plan, and I know up until Joe at some point, if maybe you could just address this and maybe at a workshop or something, what your opinion is on whether we should have one. Because I think our prior superintendent was that all these other plans to try to do them so that you can have 5 different plans. But anyway, I'd like to hear what your take is on that kind of stuff. And then the last one was trying to make good partnerships with your community and whatnot. And it was getting the LCAT feedback and things like that. But, so one suggestion was to have us go to our site and do a town hall meeting and offer, which I think Diana and I went to Dana Gray once. And we were trying to get out and to see people, so it's something we might want to revisit. And then a superintendent community cabinet. I don't know if, again, just ways of getting feedback and things walked through, which I know Joe's had great success with the union ones and things like that. And then, of course, doing walkthroughs with board and community. So we have some great stuff going on our campuses. And
Thank you, Kathy, that's great. I love it. See? It's organized.
Yeah.
I wanted to take your class. And you offered it. So who would like to share next?
Sure, I'll go next. Just go down the line. So I have notes. I sent them to Joe, actually. I didn't do a chart.
I know.
So, I did kind of 2 parts. One is things that I, just notes that I have, and then in red are kind of follow-up things. The first, the board president workshop, these are more notes for me, but I'll just share them. When necessary, presidents can make motions in seconds. It's not a good practice to do, but if necessary, you can do it. For new member onboarding, we kind of talked about this, because we're going to have one soon, hopefully, in that we develop 4 general areas, and then we have the superintendent, new board member, and one other board member meet, go over that one topic. It's a good way for each of us to get to know the new board member and vice versa. It's also a good way for the new member to get a broad overview of their job and responsibilities. Some of the topics were finances, facilities, doing a tour, checking out the ins and outs of that, going over board policy and procedure, whatever the latest issues and discussions are, so that when they attend the first meeting, they have a background of what we're talking about. So I think that maybe we'll talk about updates on job student board members, thought about that as well in this section. We should encourage them to take an advisory vote. We should really encourage them overall to be active on the board as a board member. Obviously, their vote doesn't count per se when we vote, but a lot of places, best practice they say is have the student vote first as an advisory, so we get a sense of where the student body is coming from, and it may influence our thoughts and procedures there. They should also get agendas at the same time we do. They should be encouraged to join any committees that we have. They should take workshops, study sessions, and all that stuff. And then as a board, one of the things we talk about a lot are agenda items and how to stay in our area. Thank you, Elaine. Thank you. Always asking a question. Questioning the intent of any action is what we're doing leading to any more kids great. So the other thing, these are follow-up items from that. CSBA Legal has an exec assistant board president Brown Act training. They offered their slides just to send if we wanted them. So just to have the slides and kind of see. It's a 6-hour training, so it's a much deeper training. But there may be some little.
I've been going through the app. I have 3 manuals from Brown Act, so I can dump them in our folder. I think I've got 2 in there right now. I can try to get a 3rd.
I have a book to kind of look at. It's called Building Teams, Building People by Harvey and George Wood. As far as our governance handbook, I know we just went through it, but they talked a lot about making sure that norms and protocols are in there. I think we have a few, but I think it's a lens in there that I didn't really think about when we just reviewed it. So next time we do it, just want to think about what are our practices and we know things that we really put in there. They talked a lot about Robert's Rules of Order. That's something that being nonprofits and other boards, we've always followed to a T. This organization I believe is follows it, but, I don't know if it's part of our protocols or not. But the question is, should they? So that's something. I learned a lot of history about how they came to be, it was an interesting story. The other idea is on every agenda listing whatever the relevant LCAP goal is for each agenda item. It could be the same goal, and it could be very blatant on 90% of them, but it still just kind of shows the community the work we're doing and how it's relating to our goals. They do allow more than just one student board member. So my question follow-up is, do we want to consider a second member from Altair? So only high schools, they don't encourage, I think there's a couple districts that had 8th graders as board, or as student reps, but they don't encourage anything really in high school. I made a note to make sure our acronym worksheet was updated. And then they just kept talking about all these great resources they have under effective governance on their website. So I just decided to check that out. My next session was also about safety. It needs to be an ongoing priority, not episodic. The Big Five is a free program. This is what the session was really about. It's a free program available through the San Mateo County of Education, Office of Education. They have templates, program guides. They're all non-copyrighted. They're all free. They partner with Monterey County because they're next to each other and they work closely together. They're actually getting a lot of other counties in the surrounding areas so that everyone is speaking the exact same language. When I say the exact same protocol, not per se that their rules of engagement or whatever are the same, but their language, they used to have code red, now they say don't ever do that, just say what the issue is. Like, don't if I have codes. What's a code green, what's a code blue, all that sort of stuff. And so, we may want to research the Big Five and see if it, with our county office, and see if it's something that may make sense for us. Safety plans must be approved by March 1st annually, we know this, but they really should be reviewed and adjusted every August when school starts, because you have new employees have switched sites maybe, and so as part of maybe the preschool days that you have, just making sure everyone's doing kind of a brief overview of what to do. Plans need to have communication processes and procedures in place. These need to be practiced regularly when staff are trained properly. It takes time, but it's very important for when immersion does occur. And they really encourage tabletop exercises, so not necessarily disrupting a school day with a drill, but more sitting around a table and being like, okay guys, this happened, who's doing what are we saying, where do we go, that sort of thing. So you're not getting kids all nervous, and you're not really disrupting their day. It's important to connect relevant agencies throughout the district, including municipalities, other LEAs, hospitals, media, colleges, etc. These are obviously, this is what you're talking about, their areas. My follow-up notes are we should have a special study session around our safety plans and protocols. And I think it needs to be on each agenda until the proper plans and protocols are in place. I know that on this one you're letting us know that they've arrived, which is great. And then I was wondering if we had a district-wide drill schedule.
District-wide is specific to each site because the requirements are a little different at each site.
Okay, but I guess their thing is it's good to, for as a board, to know, okay, Fort Bragg High School schedules this, or whoever. Obviously you don't want, I'm sure there are rules around knowing ahead of time what's happening for some people, but on the higher level, it might be good to have a drill calendar or some sort of thing, just encourage that. That way you can also see if there are any holes that you're missing as far as maybe you do the required drills, but there may be things to do. The next session was data dashboards, because I'm all about trying to figure out how to analyze and understand the data. As a group, board, ADCO, others need to assess how we feel about the data that's being collected, analyzed, compiled, reported, and acted upon. Is the data that they, when it's reported to us, they'll say, oh, we did it this way, this time because we felt, which is great. But I think as a group, we all need to somehow, without taking too much time or energy, figure out how do we want the data, how does it make sense to me, how is it going to affect the kids? That's really important. It takes a successful dashboard takes a huge amount of IT support and integration. Everyone needs to buy in. County Office of Education should offer a system for all LEUs to utilize. I don't know if they do that or not. Santa Clara was on the panel. They use a program called Data Zone. This was not I went to one sales pitch and it taken notes. This was not a sales pitch. Google, I guess, has a free program called Google Looker Studio, but you can't really integrate Aries or things like that or Parent Square into it. It's like so it's free, but it's not
What
very
was the, you mentioned the district?
Santa Clara.
Santa Clara.
Huge, very large district.
Yeah.
TOSA should play an integral role in using data to help students. I think the video course did put that on, that they really focused on that. Make sure we tie goals into the LCAT and other reporting measurement tools. And then they also said that when we're considering new curriculum or things, we should always think about how we're going to collect the data from those new systems. Like, these newsletters that we're doing, great, that's all great. How are we going to know if it's working? That's what. And my only red note is should we schedule a workshop with ACCO and Kelly Smith after our session with Nicole? Because I guess our next session is about data. She was saying that. And should we all sit down and be like, okay, how's it working for us? Board roles and negotiations. Really quick, make enough time for the board to discuss priorities. Be tough on issues, not on people. Board should know financial parameters the CBO suggests we have to work with prior to the start of negotiations. And we also should consider factors such as working conditions, safety, burnout to ensure quality education for all kids. Money answers a lot of that, but not everything. It's all about working conditions and all the other things in the contract that we hear about, but we don't really talk about. And then my red note, I already talked to Joe, we do sort of have a multi-year contract, and we just put different things to the and then my last one was finances. I only had the last few minutes because we had an agenda setting meeting. But probably the biggest thing for me was understanding what the COLA I'm receiving from the state really means. It's not a COLA to give to employees. It's an increase we get for every student in their attendance, and it's to cover all costs. I'm sorry, and I think, sorry, it's not they're there, it's open. We'll figure it out. So it's like when we hear, the state's gonna give us a 3.6 COLA, and we're like, oh, let's give 3.6% raises, it doesn't really work that way. Which was a good perspective for me to understand that, like, okay, staff is obviously a huge part of our budget, but there's utilities and supplies and all that stuff is probably increasing by 10 or 15%. So how do we?
Well, remember what COLA stands for. It's
Cost
cost of living.
adjustment, right?
For everybody, everything's going up.
So Joe has these. Maybe you can put them in the folder with Catherine's. But it was great. I wanted to spend time with you guys and get to know you better. Because like I said there, I'm always rushing in and out because my work hours are a little different. And it was a very beneficial conference.
Yeah.
The sessions I thought was really good, and I did put that they should have coffee. But it was really good. So thank you. Thanks all. It's really good.
Yeah, I agree. It was a good experience. Diana?
So with that, it was almost 12 hours of time that we were in sessions, counting our ethics on Wednesdays. So we did spend a lot of time.
So Scott, I see the president's training.
That's right, Scott had another 8. And it's just a bummer because they give you a book, and I still have you could only pick 3 sessions a day. They really could have squeezed in one more, which would be hard maybe for the speakers, because there really were some great ones. But I'm going through the app and like getting the points from the attachments and hoping that I can glean something from it. But I'll just talk highlights of my 6 sessions. One was the federal updates. And that was the first one, kind of like where we were at the federal level and where we're headed. And in a nutshell, just to save time, lots of cuts in Title I and II money. And then there's just lots of vacancies. So our census seats changed, and so we have a lot of green members coming in at the federal level. And she was just giving us an idea, like the special education idea. 2004 is when it came down. There's going to be new members that are going to be advocating for education that have no idea the concept of any of it. So it is important for the district to advocate and with their, their reps, because going forth, it could get messy, and it takes a long time to have change in a positive way, because they're still pushing for 40% reimbursement from the feds for special education, and we may get like 10%. So definitely they're, saying there's less services for kids, and we're not even close to what they say that they want to do. And so that was the big thing, is just to keep advocating, because it's going to be a lot of green members, and they're just behind from the state level. They're talking about they didn't move a lot of policy bills because there's too many vacancies and disagreements at the federal level, and they have other focuses. Cybersecurity pilot programs is what they were kind of talking about heading in, and it's Wi-Fi buses. I mean, this is like old news. It's great they're doing it. And infrastructure investments, and then they have cell phone legislation, like at the school level. This is what they're talking about. So they just said leave it to the LEAs. Anyway, so it was a little bit disheartening, but just to know that they're a little bit behind. The next one was WhatsApp, all things online for AI to social media, and there was a lawyer on the panel and a superintendent in the East Bay. And their 4 tips were always think about a board or a staff member level, parental consent, vet terms and conditions, like when you do anything on there, notice from vendors, protection of personal information, and threat monitoring. They were just saying that sometimes you buy a package thinking it's going to help your school, like a tip line, but then you don't realize the company's changed something in the software, and it's actually sending out stuff to parents, and then they're upset about you scanning their kids every time, like some high tech, something that you even know was going on. So really look at the contract and know what you're signing up for, because this area you have some liability out there, and they were just warning you on that. And then they were just saying how like FAFSA, with an equity lens, not everyone has access to a phone or internet per se. So they're just saying, look at it as from your district perspective, that you're doing something that's not cutting people out. And so even like the states made that boo-boo. And then they said to review your policies over the summer and review who the admin of your district team social media is. Because a lot of times they fold out, like you might have basketball and you don't realize that's, anything they put on there looks like it might be district. Or then you have to worry about copyright violations and fraud. I mean, they had an awful situation where they had the district's emblem, and it was looking like business from the district, but it was really a spoof. But then you got exposure to that, so you just have to make sure not that you can get ahead of all of that, but just make sure over the summer to just kind of clean things up and have kind of list of rules, and just to avoid those fraud issues, and just someone that might be, you don't want to give the wrong person the soapbox, and say it's district reporting out. And even within our own, they started talking about board members. You can't like if Kathy's put something really great, they can't like that, or you've got one board member that wants to tell everyone what's happening at the board level. It's just tough because one person gets to do that, and then all of us get to do this. So we've never gotten into that, because it's like,
I didn't even want to
that.
share that we needed a new board member. I was like, I don't even want to do that. It's like,
Yeah, so it's just, we just can't, it's too easy to get casual, even if we've got grandkids or kids in the district, and we're sharing something like theirs, it can get wonky, and then you have to make sure you keep all your comments like open or closed. Like you can't just cut someone off, because then you're cutting off their public, their right to speak out. Anyway, so they talked all about those kinds of things. The next one was superintendent evaluation, focusing and aligning the district. This was Napa Valley, and they had a bunch of information, and they worked with CSBA. And this is the first time that I've been to a session that really had a different lens on it for me, the evaluation. Most of the time you think that was asked, can we use 360 evaluation for, superintendents? And it's like, no, that's private industry. And that's more like, this is the employee, and they do this, and they do that, and it's like, normally, this is room for improvement, and it's all just kind of like this person, but this was the first lens where it really talked about long-range goals, and then strategic goals, annual goals, And success indicators, which is what is evidence of progress, not that you've done it right or wrong, what's the progress. And that it's a cohesive work, not personal, so that you'll provide priorities presented in a public meeting, which we've done that annually, and then you keep pushing out what those goals are, what you're working on, and it's down to the staff up. So it's all the way through. So this group starts in April for the next coming year, and every month they have it enclosed to talk about these goals, not what we're gonna tell him he needs to do and blah, 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 but it's really, like if we say math is our priority and mental health is our priority, that you're working on that and reporting back to us on a monthly basis, to say how it's working, and so everyone's working on that. And so it's really a joint effort, and it really keeps everyone, the priorities are there.
Keep you focused on the priorities.
And then you're continually working, because I always felt like that is our driving force of how we want to improve and how we want to see how it's working, and it's throughout. It's not just saying, Joe, you're great at writing, blogs, and we like, that you, in public speaking, like you start getting into those kinds of things
Right.
sometimes in an evaluation, and so
Sounds good.
that was worth a different lens to have it, and then you're keeping everyone informed, there's no surprises, and all of those are in closed session. They are not in open session. So they, of course, work with CSB a little bit, it wasn't really a sales pitch, but it could have almost been. And then student behavior was really interesting. I felt like there were a lot of good things that we keep hearing from staff that are reporting out. They've got, kind of peer tutoring within the class, but they really, their little logos, and it was 5 districts that were on the panel, innovation to keep engagement in the classroom, and that they really believe that behavior was a reflection of instruction. And they were just saying, well, look at you, if you're in a session and you didn't think it was relevant to you and you didn't find any value to it, you would just get up and leave. Well, kids can't do that. So that was just like wow, that was harsh, like stating it that way, but just talking about relevance with connections and relationships, and using the Healthy Kids Survey to get some results, and who's at risk, and if you have predictable data, like every year it's the same, it's preventable. So that was the other thing that was kind of a little bit of slap on the hand, I guess. And they talked about restorative practices and SEL, social and emotional learning, cultural responsive teaching, wellness rooms, outside therapy. I mean, we're doing a lot of these things, building relationships, and then this also tied in with the safety with the tip line, and it could be used for staff or students, and so that it could be something bigger, or just knowing that someone's reaching out in that way because they don't have a connection with someone. But they felt like that was really, they had a gaggle, I think was what they were using, but it's really the feet of that, and a lot of other different tools that they were using to keep kids engaged. But that really hit home for me, and the DNF list is valuable, like really check out kids that are on that, and I know that that's at the site levels were happening, and then walkthroughs at board for board members, also student behavior, to see what is the engagement in the classrooms, and then vision and mission should be spoken by all. We should understand, we should be able to articulate that at any site. So I really liked a lot of those ideas. The next one was the Safety First, and it actually piggybacked on Scott's with the San Mateo County Office of Education, which was the Big Five, and they had the Think Under Eat Pete book that they were passing out, and then the other district that was speaking was Sweetwater Union High School, which is 3 exits from Mexico, so they have a lot of different kind of safety issues and different exposure since they're close to a border, and they said no code words, and then they really talked about secure campus versus lockdown, and then when it is necessary, where's a nearby location, reunification planning and logistics was really important. Sweetwater Union actually is so large that they have an ex-military as well being their kind of analytical guy when there was a tip. And so they spend a lot of times, analyzing it, and then it's a whole process. But he was saying this isn't just a checkbox style way of thinking, that you have to partner together, everyone working in the same kind of a team planning, and then having a day team training. One day there was a PowerPoint on what that day looked like. And they also said that, to be developmentally appropriate, because for a TK or a K classroom, a lockdown can be really traumatic for half the kids. So you really need to think about how you're approaching that. And then the run, hide, fight is similar to the protect and defend, think on your feet. That mythology was talked about. And then they talked about Salem-Kaiser model, which is a student threat assessment process. I didn't look into that, but that might be something. I think schools just put a phone number, or maybe there's a Google click on our website. It would be easy to do that tip line kind of and then I look into what that all means. And of course, anonymous reporting. And the two things that I also thought was like, well, that's efficient. They said sport coaches have Narcan training, and they store the Narcan in the AED boxes. So I thought that was a nice way to have them secure but accessible to those that are on site. And then they said they did CPR training in PE, and I didn't write my notes report to note the students or the staff's already CPR trained, so I'm thinking that they trained all the kids in PE. I don't know what that's about. And then they had trauma-informed training at UCSF Community Resilience Hearts Program, so I thought that was worth looking into. And they have one more, advanced finance skills for board members, and this was one that Scott jumped in at the end. But the beginning, it was the CASBO representative and a couple of supers from a large district and a few CBOs, and they were pretty funny. Wendy would have been great on the panel, because they thought this was all humorous, but really not humorous. They had dry sense of humor with numbers and the same language. So they, like us, 85% salaries and benefits, 15% for everything else in the district. And then they said, this is now when you should be starting to look about personnel changes, which you've got the March 15 deadline. May and June are about the months you're looking for the final COLA, maybe. And then to remind us in our role as board members that we set the priority. So like we say mental health's a priority, we don't say do this, do that, do that. It's like, that's all we do. We say that mental health's a priority, and then we let the staff move forward with that. And then other things we can ask our CBO, they said always go to your CBO, they always most likely will have the answer, or so start with them when you have questions about finances. Like our resources supporting our priorities, do we have any one-time expenses that require ongoing needs? Are our current services sustainable? Do we have, what is our, this is a question we asked somebody, declining enrollment formula with staffing, like is our enrollment declining so quickly that we have to address the staffing and the whole formula to that? Do we have a particular grade level that's declining that we need to look out for? Like is it, because that can lead to future, that's meaningful. Did the district use any one-time money for things that eat? That's her language, they use the same thing. When do you anticipate dipping into reserve? How much revenue loss is anticipated? Monitoring the ADA versus enrollment. And then they also said, just about your home, where you live, are birth rates declining here, jobs and affordable housing, homeschooling, that all affects your ADA. And then HOPE's not a strategy, we heard that a lot, and we have to budget for equity. And then they talked about LCFF funding versus basic aid, and then just about percentages of admin to the full budget, the admin to teacher ratio, that's, and the auditor gets involved in that too, they check on that. And then to find out from your superintendent or the CBO, like districts, to know what they look like and how do they address issues with those ratios. And then just, I'll repeat what Scott said, COLA is for all expenses, not just people. So these folks on this panel are anticipating about 25% increase in gas and electricity and FERS and STIRS. So that was pretty meaningful. And then just an aside, the driving cars, Waymo and Cruise cars that we were seeing, there was legislature that says that they can charge for those. For a while, one of those was just to see how the cars can to like fire trucks and whatnot in San Francisco, and I think it was the district attorney was saying that, there needs to be more stops put in there
Those
before.
are major accidents.
So I'm just so glad when we saw those going around and around and around, that they didn't hop up onto the
Right.
sidewalk where we were walking from. But anyway, so that was interesting. But I think totally worthwhile, and I wish that we could go every year and that it was closer, but all in all, it just really does inspire you, and I just wish we could do so much more, there. And hopefully we can bring it here.
Okay, well, I'm gonna be quick then. I wanted to comment on one thing, and I totally agree. It was, NAMI was a great conference with lots of really good information, but it was really nice to have time. And I don't think people realize that we don't ever get to do this because we could be perceived as, violating the Brown Act. And so this, and we didn't. But it was so nice to see each other in person and have closer bonds, because that's really important in everything, not just education. And we'll talk about that, but I wanted to say about the drills, I'm wondering when we'd have them, maybe after the second drill of the year, could we do surveys with students and staff and find out, do you know what to do? Was there a problem? What do you feel you need more training, or kids need more information? I think that would be a good start to seeing if our drills are just a check in the box, or are we really getting somewhere? Papers, I'm not gonna say it all because we have 9 minutes. My whole first day was on, I told you, that was on mental health and emotional wellness. I went to the student mental health imperative, past progress. Went to the sustaining student-centered whole child wellness, and the other one was the mental health shifting the narrative, and it's with the National Alliances on Mental Illness. There was a lot of similar things coming up. There were a lot of good information with different programs available. So I was just going to focus on one. Was the data was alarming and really sad, just devastating. Was it 33% of our students are feeling emotional and mental distress or disturbances at any given time? That's 1/3 of our kids. That kind of information, 13 to 16% of children ages 13 to 18 considered suicide at one time or another. That's horrifying. So those are things that, what was mentioned at one was that, a lot of times we pay lip service to it because we have a lot to do, and our staff has a huge amount to do. But we really need to dive in and look at it closely and what do our kids really need? Because you mentioned on yours that partly it's the delivery of what the students are getting. A lot of it is what's going on in their brain, and we've talked about, are they getting enough sleep? Are they having a good breakfast? There's a lot of other things going on. A lot of kids are sitting in class, they're chaos in their brain. It's just, they can't even take it in. So if we don't see it and address it, then we're not gonna get to those things that we're hoping for them. I have a ton, and I'll send it out to you. I'll put it in the folder if you want to read it. One, the Sustaining Student-Centered Whole Child Wellness, talked about a program called Aspire. And Aspire, I don't even think I wrote down what that stands for. But it's a good program. Our neighbors to the south are using it. I don't believe. I'm going to finish up really quick, Nancy, because we only have a couple minutes of this. Aspire is a way for the school to address mental health and emotional wellness issues before they explode into something more, so that once the staff is trained, I don't need to give you my software, you can do this yourself with Google, but you would have, Kathy's teaching a class, and she's like, oh, Robbie is, not any Robbies, but anyway, Robbie seems to be struggling, he seems different today, or I'm noticing something. Then you make a recommendation, or you send a referral to the Aspire coordinator, it's just another teacher, they get a stipend for doing it. Then, that person puts it out to all the teachers that have that kid, what are you seeing? So they come together, have informal conversations, it can lead to more formal conversations, but quickly. Like, we don't let anybody fall through the cracks, so I'm not gonna go any deeper into that right now, because I also wanted to talk about two other things. NAMI, which is a National Alliance on Mental Illness, and it's free to, they'll help you. Apparently, we have a chapter here for Brad, I have no idea. They'll help us with setting things up for kids. They actually sponsor clubs on campus, and kids are trained. Well, anybody can join. They have a system that you follow. But they also have a program where you can train kids to be peer counseling like we used to do, but they're actually trained, and they're also trained what not to do. Like don't, cross certain boundaries, but you go to an adult that can find that help. So NAMI sounds amazing. And another program that is free, the state of California, and I didn't have time to dig deep into it, pays through Brightline for any child in California for free counseling. Free. And there's another program called, there's another program, I've lost my place, but forget it. Anyway, there is one that they will do counseling, and there is a fee involved with this one, but not a high fee, and apparently because of our high numbers of low socioeconomic students, Medi-Cal has new billing auditing process, and so we can get reimbursed for things that we didn't used to get reimbursed for, and they used to reimburse us at $7 for every, sorry, totally lost, but now they reimburse at $23. So it helps out the school to be able to help kids to go to these and have the counseling and help that they need. So if we started doing some of those things, we can ask a volunteer, Joe, because what you said is true. I'm not the doer, just all these ideas. Cal Hope Schools, they're the ones that, that's what you want to go look at to find out about accessing the Brightline program and Brightline Kids.
Really well line?
Hmm?
This Be Well line that we've been talking with Calvin about?
There's the high school portion is starting January to get the free counseling. But they
Yes.
didn't, and nobody mentioned that.
Yeah, so I think that's the name of the high school one, but they said that it could also be our teachers, it could be parents, it could be
That's awesome.
just anybody in the community basically that's of the age of concern about can call this line.
Which is huge.
Carolyn just met with them today.
Oh, good.
It seemed like they had something like that during the pandemic with the county. Where you
Yeah,
could just call.
Right.
I think they started it through FEMA, and this is sort of what it's evolved into.
Oh, that's cool.
So, yeah, it's really wonderful. My last thing, I missed most of 2 sessions because I was involved in a panel on dual enrollment, and the Career Ladders Project put it on, and that is connecting the high schools to the community colleges in a more purposeful way to get more students up to the college, but coming to the college with an idea of what they want to do. Dual enrollment is a great way to, of course, introduce students to college and also to help them see that they indeed can be college students. But it's not just college, it's also certificate programs, which we have a ton of, and the career technical education pathways. And what was brought up repeatedly was that dual enrollment is an equity issue, and it is what brings equity to all students to be able to be college students, or to find whatever they will need to be successful and fulfilled. That's it, really quick.
There's just so much.
Oh, it was a ton, yeah, and, I kept typing up my notes and going, hey, Mary, you can't put all of that in there. Now you're single-spaced. So, I don't know if I'm speaking out of turn, but we have a public member here, which is so lovely, and I know you only heard a little bit. Do we have any public comment? we're just going into closed session
Oh,
in
okay.
1 minute.
Gotcha. I must have looked at the timeline wrong.
It was a little
It's a
confusing on
little-
our new setup, and we
It's-
just started a little early this time, so I apologize.
Oh, no worries. I
Usually
know it's
so.
back.
Yeah.
We go, come back to open session at 6.
Six, you only had an hour early, so it's
Yeah. We will be back.
Okay.
Thank you, Nancy.
Thanks.
Okay.
Well, and I just, I mean, I think we can go a couple minutes over.
I think
So
we
if you
can.
have something else to share, Mary, I think you should go ahead, but when I did my notes is that hopefully that would allow, if you guys wanted to go look, 'cause- and I don't know how long we have access to that.
I was doing a bunch today, so if anyone wants a flyer, I don't know, and I could dump it into our, like AEC 2023 and put mine in, but
Does this flyer have 5 links?
yeah, so you can still access it. Some of them, the good ones are like, oh, they have no attachment, they never attached anything, it was just the presentation. But you can upload it into a drive really easily, just email it to yourself and then dump it in your drive.
Will you send me that? I don't know.
So, which one?
Just the initial one with all the links.
This one has, so I do have the Pocket program, because I was thinking, well, what did I miss? Because, I looked at it on the app and you feel like you're missing something.
Because once I downloaded it on the app on the phone, that's what I used, but.
Exactly, so when you look on your day, and I had 8, doesn't tell you that you're full, you just keep dumping. Like, I had like 12 of them, like, okay, I get a choice of 1 for this hour. So you can look, when you click on them, then there's an attachment, and that PDF can be dumped into your drive. So I had uploaded quite a few of the PDFs, so if there's one that you're looking for, I'll just dump what I have, I mean, it could be a dozen, that I can put, maybe I can put Diana's like folder, I don't know if I'm gonna do folder, but we can put all in
Oh,
the
that's kind of nice.
AEC. Cause there is good information, we've all been on the board long enough to know like the PowerPoints, we don't need all the background. But what I found a lot was getting the questions and what people or other districts are coping with and meeting other, I passed out a few of my cards. I met a few folks, and so that part of it is meaningful to know, how they're addressing something.
I did pop into one, Renee, tell you, and it was because I was hopping between the panel and, I wrote it on here, but, it was, sorry, it was a school, oh, here it is, Los Gatos Saratoga Union High School District, and the woman presenting was the admin assistant for that district. Her name is Tricia Zarovich. She's supposed to email me, which I'll pass on to you, but she created this really great template. It's PDF, so nobody can change anything. But it's got all the board policies with all of, specific to, we've changed things specific to our district, but it was for community and board, really for anybody. But it was super easy to read as opposed to, and she took out all of the ed code stuff that, we're not gonna go look at every ed code, all the pages that we don't ever have time to look at. I'm not explaining it well. It was a really cool document, and I will get it for you, just look at it, to see if you're interested in using it.
Well, and I had looked, when you're looking on the app, I did find it was for executive assistants. And so I think I might have saved it, because I'm thinking, what, how can we, work as efficiently as possible? Because we only get to see Renee once a month, and
Right.
it's in a, a scurry. And they actually, on the PDF, they have like a little network. So I don't know if you have a network of people that you contact. Because I knew as a legal secretary in the early days, you definitely would like, hey, I don't have a form. I mean, like you kind of band together. And there used to be an actual club per se. And so they do have something like that.
So you don't have to recreate the wheel.
Exactly, like,
This is
what's
already
the
made.
approach, like, this is technical, it's quasi-criminal, can you tell me about, the procedure on that, whatever, so,
There's
also,
also the small schools, SSTA, the small school district whatever association, and that admin assistant group that's there. So we do connect.
oh, good, so you do
their admin assistants and also in especially in junior school.
Nice, yeah, that is helpful, sometimes you feel like they were to say, you know, that you're usually the constant if there was turnover in a district, and if you, right? You know, there's many, districts that are struggling, so they just felt like the more, support that a person has is the best.
Does anyone have anything else? Before we adjourn to close?
Joe had, any tidbits from your speaking?
No, because I'm just, well, let me ask you first, how much time do you need for closed?
I think we can still get it done.
Okay, good.
I'll just breeze through. We talked briefly about, ones I went to. I did attend a cybersecurity session, so I kind of connected with Ari around what some of those suggestions were, and he said nothing was new to him, so that was reassuring. I attended a session on communication and storytelling, and so I kind of got to go back through a little bit of the suggestions around improving like social media presence. That was really the push, because they're like, parents spend 2.5 hours a day on social media
Yeah,
on average, and I
so
said,
you'll get their
Oh.
attention.
okay, well, that's a
Yeah, they
place
don't
we
call
have
it
to put some
school
time.
back.
Yeah.
Send them a friend request.
I attended a session on transitioning to the science of reading, and it kind of reaffirmed that our implementation of the U5 curriculum is a really good step. It's kind of filling in some of the pieces that were missing from our previous adoption. And one of the interesting ideas there was, and I've talked with Lundy and Carolyn about this already, is the idea of using our speech therapists to help our teachers who are teaching reading. Because there's so much now with especially our English learners, they're the shape that your mouth makes, and I was like, oh, all this is so speech therapy for my time in special ed. So it really kind of hit home on that, and I said, okay, so there's some crossover that we can have that'll be pretty powerful, I think, for kiddos. And then I attended a session on using chronic absenteeism data to drive action, and it brought me back around to, there's a program, Attendance Works, that's been out for years, and they recently added some new stuff to it, so I'm gonna jump back on that sometime in the break and see what information they have. That they say they got more positive, you know, like, you're doing a great job, keep coming to school kind of letters, instead of just the wag your finger, do a better
Where have you
job. Yes. And then I attended the small school, Let's Talk Small School Districts Table Talk with Patrick O'Donnell, where the irony was they wanted to hear our voices but put us in the exhibit hall. So,
They wanted everyone to hear you.
yes, and us to hear everyone else's voices evidently too.
Thank you. I'm sorry I should have lost it. Now, we will adjourn to closed session at 5:37.
Hello. This is going so well today.
It worked.
No, it didn't.
Yeah, it did. It worked. I heard it.
I'm turning it up.
Oh my gosh. I heard you. Over there and that.
I don't believe you.
That's not a me problem.
Ah!
Okay, that works. That's good. So.
For us.
Why does that not make sense? Wrong answer. Now you work. Hello. That's right. Which one do we think it is? Hello.
Working on your radio voice.
Every Friday at lunch.
Now, are you doing radio thing or what is
Our radio station.
your actual radio stations?
It's our actual radio station, KKX 89.3 FM. It's in California, student powered radio.
Who's your advisor?
Marshall Brown. The media man. Yes. 1, 2, 3 more, and this one begins on. Yes, Butch. Purple.
Okay, you win. That was record time. Okay, 3
Just when the
minutes.
system gets.
You have 3 minutes to spare.
Wow.
Joe, put your chair out for you, Laura. Oh, he's right next to the podium. You can move it, but he was like, this is Laura's chair, nobody else gets to sit.
Renee,
Yes, sir.
where are we gonna end up in the?
Hi, Wendy.
Agenda when we get back?
When we get back, we will be on item number 4. What? Reconvening to open session.
Okay.
You know, I really want to shift to one of your guys' sites for YouTube.
No, it's adventurous as Henry.
Adventurous, I like that.
He has a lot of energy.
I've seen fights happening down there. Let's see.
Hi, Wendy boys.
Hey there, how are you?
Although
What is your
16
name?
years, this is the first year I had to physically break them out.
I'm good.
I am good.
You're good.
It's Friday, you killed me again. Am I dead? Oh, no. Okay, never mind. Hers is really loud.
Yes, the E coli. People.
Hello.
go.
And if it results in a great event, then thank you. This looks different than usual.
It's very different.
I do not like the new way, I'm just gonna tell you.
Is it?
It's much more user friendly on the website though.
Yes. Yes, it is.
That's the one advantage.
Once you get used to it, I'm hoping that people will, you guys will
How
like
many
it
people
better.
do you think actually read your report?
5.
Well, Katrina and I are
95.
2, so that's 2.
Probably 10 a month
Well, that's pretty good.
for different reasons, you know, but it's better for us for like just prepping it and putting it together and then last minute changes.
I know, it's just clear out where.
Okay, but what are you?
I think because it's the governance meeting, also you guys are under 6 maybe?
No, we're number 10.
10, 4, and 5.
Yoo-hoo!
Oh yeah, 10, 4, and 5. Oh yeah, the numbers are off this month because of the governance stuff, so.
What else were we gonna do?
I don't really come to these thinking, oh, it's gonna rush right by. You kind of put yourself in
You
a
know-
place where you're just comfortable with meeting the responsibilities.
I'm a blind optimist sometimes, so I often come in here thinking tonight's the night we're gonna get out before 9.
That's adorable.
It's really sad, actually.
Oh, my sister, shut up.
It's really funny,
Your sister is not the
yeah,
problem.
she's not the talker. 2 of my students sent Diana emails this week.
Oh, good.
Over the weekend, and we figured out that it was just like, hi, hey, Miss Diana, come talk to me. And it was, they were trying to get a hold of our instructional aide,
Oh, no.
Diana.
Always check before you
I would like to
click
say that this
send.
was cute, but this is also annoying. I know that you're technically still at work, right?
Sure.
This is my child, during class.
Oh, she's in the chat.
Yeah, look at, she sends me this good one, which is hilarious. I said, sweetie, that doesn't look like that.
Ah, nice, that's good feedback.
I got 5 minutes of free
Talk to
time.
the secret of
I got 5 minutes of free time.
They always say that. I finished early. I'm done already. Teacher said I could.
Yeah, this is not happening,
Look, are you doing math or ELA right now? Math, I already test. No, you're not. Plus, kid.
You're texting me, you're not doing an I'm ready test. That's funny.
Poor kid.
Is it warm in here or is it just me?
It's warm.
It's warm.
That's not hot. My classroom is about 20 degrees warmer than this.
You do have a hot classroom.
It's
very
not.
true. That's
And
why the
Dave
windows
just
are always
let
open.
me turn it on and off and totally
Do
won't
you want
mind.
to try to turn off the heater?
No, that's too much problem. That's more problem than opening this window and looking.
I thoroughly agree.
And if I push all those buttons and then it doesn't go off, then something worse will happen.
How are my friends?
My
sister! Sign hug you.
Oh, I saw the look though. She's like, she didn't appreciate that.
No.
How about knuckles or like elbows?
She's like giving hugs.
No hugs. No
Oh, don't tell Jamie.
Yeah, maybe we should give her like a big bear hug.
This is the cool girl.
This is what happens.
Twice?
2 in a month, we're up?
No, I don't know. So one in December is one in September.
So, 2 months in a row. That's what I meant to say.
I was supposed to be here last month, but I forgot.
You know, you could change that story a little somehow, Jamie, and make it sound like.
She just admits and.
She's just like,
Took
I
all
just,
responsibility.
yeah, she tells me, what did you tell me? I went home and ate a meatball sandwich and then suddenly realized I was.
Candy cane. Sandwich in the middle of it.
Suddenly.
I'm supposed to be in the boarding. I'm writing it on dinner. I was late.
Now we still have the deadline for the application.
I just think that's so funny.
Is there any other
My teacher wants to email you.
they, at that hour, at that hour? It's like 11 o'clock, I got these, which I never got the alert that someone was trying to chat with me. They're like, Diana, come on. And then like Angry Bird, I'm like, who are these kids?
At 11 o'clock at night?
10 something, 11. I got like an email saying that someone was trying to Google chat with me. And
That
I was
would've
like,
been
these are
funny.
students that are like 9 years old. Dana Gray. I'm like, this is sweet. I'm like, I don't know.
Oh.
But at least
They were trying to get-
sweet things.
they were- at least they were-
It was like.
Did I not respond to an email or something?
Okay, also not appropriate to an A.
Well, I agree, but I'm just saying, it was.
But at least they were looking for help and they were documenting and
Yes,
they were
it is.
asking.
That's huge.
You want to reach out.
They could use paper though. Okay, let's wish me luck on logging in here.
Good luck.
Okay, I'll wait till everybody's logged in.
I need to bookmark it, that would be the
You're in?
Yeah, 'cause I used to log in.
No, you can't, that's how I think I was having trouble. Because I was on the wrong.
I have a bookmark for meetings and policy, because I keep trying to log in.
I- She's making sure she can log in.
Yeah, it's two separate.
Yeah, well, either way, that's how I think I was in the wrong thing.
Okay, we will reconvene to open session at 6:06. Whoa, oh, that's right, no more pens, it's all digital, I love it. Okay, and we have a report of final action in closed session. Superintendent Aldridge?
It was motioned by trustee Schneider and seconded by trustee Paoli to approve the readmission of student number 23-04 to Fort Bragg Unified School District by a vote of 4 to 0.
Thank you. And may I have well, first, are there any changes to the agenda?
No, as presented.
Okay, and may I have a motion to approve?
I'll move to approve the agenda.
Second?
Thank you, and this is not working, sorry. Just have to put this down, and, okay, typing takes a longer time. Okay, thank you. And do we have any public comment on non-agenda items?
No.
Thank you. Okay, we'll move on to patriotic exercise with trustee Schneider.
Thank you. So, December 2nd was Special Education Day. I always like when I do these exercises to give a little history and info on things doing with education or country. So it's brief. It started in 1972 with a lawsuit with the Board of Education filed in Washington, D.C. The denial of publicly funded education for special children, including those with learning disabilities, was ruled unlawful. That was 1972. This case paved the way for acts such as the Education for All Handicapped Children Act of 1975, approved and passed by President Ford. The act was the country's first official law addressing special ed. States receiving federal funds were required to provide full access to children with special needs. In 1986, the law was revised to include more support for parents and educators to advance education plans. In 1990, the name of this landmark act changed to the Individuals with Disabilities Education Act, or IDEA. Over the years, clauses have been added to address issues and ensure that the standards of education for special children are on par with the overall educational system. That's it. So just want to honor all of the work that's done in the district for our special education program.
Thank you. Okay, we'll move on to item 6.1, election of offices. And first is election of board president. And I will open the nominations. And I'm going to jump in and do it. I nominate Scott Schneider for president.
I will second.
And roll call, please.
Trustee Babcock.
Yes.
Trustee, sorry, I don't think it's working. Trustee Babcock. Yes. Is this thing on? Trustee Paoli.
Yes.
Yeah, I don't think yours is working.
Trustee Makla.
Yes.
Trustee
Yes.
Schneider.
Oh, there you go.
Yes.
The motion carries.
I was afraid you were going to say nay. I said, wait a minute. Okay, well, with that, I am passing the gavel.
Give me a weapon. Careful.
It's all yours.
All right, so item 6.1B is election of board vice president. If there's any nominations.
I would like to nominate Kathy Babcock as vice president.
And I will second.
Roll call.
Trustee Makala,
Yes.
trustee Babcock,
Yes.
trustee Schneider,
Yes.
trustee Paoli,
Yes.
and the motion carries.
I just need I got logged out, so just give me 1 second. Now I couldn't access any attachments.
You get to pass the gavel to trustee Babcock.
I do.
Hmm?
Oh, right.
It's there.
Sorry. Okay, perfect.
You may have all seen our new agendas they're very snazzy and we can do little Post-its. It's pretty cool, but
So we're
the
live.
logging in
Yes.
is a little shaky yet, so.
Okay, item 6.2, filing of verified signature of board members and persons authorized to sign orders in the board's name.
So this would just be changing the signatures to Trustee Schneider would be the president, and Trustee Babcock would be the vice president / clerk of the board within our bylaws.
All right, is there any discussion?
No, but we'll be signing that when it's prepared?
Yes, you'll be signing it later.
Okay.
Is there any public comment?
So I am moved to approve the verification signature of board members and persons authorized to sign orders of the board's name as presently presented with the new officers.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Perfect. Roll call?
Trustee Paoli,
Yes.
trustee Makala,
Yes.
trustee Babcock,
Yes.
and trustee Schneider,
Yes.
and the motion carries.
Okay, item 6.3, annual organizational meeting statement of facts.
And so we, based on the elections this evening, will complete the statement of facts with this information. We didn't want to be presumptuous, and in section 3, we would put in the president, would be Scott Schneider, and clerk or secretary, we'll make sure that's clerk, would be Kathy Babcock. So with those changes, we will file that form, and I believe I can sign on that, so there is no need for board signatures there, but just board approval for the item.
So I move to approve the statement of facts.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
All right, roll call?
Trustee Makala,
Yes.
trustee Babcock,
Yes.
trustee Schneider,
Yes.
trustee Paoli,
Yes.
and the motion carries.
Okay, item 6.4, assignment of ancillary duties and appointments of the board in 2024.
All right, so I believe you've all had the opportunity to review this. This is at least the second time in front of you for this. Are there any changes that we need to make to this list?
So I am
Yes.
sorry, yeah, I'm currently at Redwood.
Yeah, those
Okay.
are all our current
These are
duties.
our current
Gotcha.
duties, yes.
Okay.
So,
So, and Scott and I had talked about this. I've never been with Alted, and he's never been with Dana Gray.
I
And you've
So
apologize.
both been
you
at
had
all.
these
I've
kind
been
of filled
I've
in,
been-
didn't you, Mary?
I did,
Yeah.
but I didn't bring it,
Okay.
because
Okay,
that's
so
not me anymore.
Alted is Mary.
I know that we had decided, we thought Redwood should be for the new person when they come on.
Okay, so we have the high school and the middle school.
Diana,
And
what,
I'm currently at Alt Ed, and I was just at high school.
so, middle school?
It doesn't matter. It really doesn't matter. I've been all the way around.
No, I think I was the middle school before, the year before, so.
Okay,
So I'm middle school.
middle school.
And
Okay.
Kathy, you'll be high school?
Sure.
Okay, and the new member will be Redwood once that action happens. As far as committees, audit committee, we have myself and Diana. I don't know if there are any changes with that one.
Oh, I messed up here. That's okay.
Bond committee, we have just Kathy, because Jerry previously sat on that, so we might need a second member.
Do you want a second member on that with you? I can do that with you.
Sure, we haven't done anything in quite a while.
It's my favorite kind. Not really.
Negotiations committee, this was we've talked about doing
Yeah.
this in the past.
And my notes didn't have this on there, so I think we
Yeah.
just kind of fizzled it out, like we just talked about it, but
Yeah.
we weren't really against it, but we didn't really 100% say, yeah, this is what we need.
And I think I said last meeting that why don't we leave it on there, and if it happens and we do it, then great, we'll continue on. If not, we'll fizzle it off in a year.
And my only thought was the name. I think it should more be personnel, not just negotiations. Again, just so if Joe has personnel issues, he wants to run something by, or, that doesn't need board approval, or he's got one or two board members he can
Mhm.
call. So am I hearing that we want to keep it on there? And
I think Kathy's right. We can
Okay.
just leave it and
Although,
see where it goes.
although
So
he can do that at any time, he doesn't need a
of course,
committee.
yes,
This is
definitely.
true.
That's why I feel like it's like,
Anytime.
Oh, that's,
if you want to put it in writing, I mean, but he can do that, any of those things on his own.
Okay. Is there
He's
someone
not-
else that wants to be on that committee should it ever meet?
You two will probably be the first to call anyway, so it should probably be someone that's not a VP or a president,
Okay.
if you want to keep this committee, so,
Or either of
just-
you?
Rochambeau.
how about put Mary and Diana will share that responsibility.
All right.
And it may come at our first workshop in January. Maybe the new person is interested in that.
Right. Yeah.
Okay, the next one is Friends of MCCC, which is,
And so I am
College.
actually going to become the chairperson of that group. And even when I'm not on the board, unless they kick me out, plan to stick around. So, but I would love it if somebody else joined me there.
So remind me when they meet, because that's always a kicker if it's during the day.
We have 4 or 5 meetings a year, and it's at lunch. So it's usually noon until
Okay.
1.
So most days,
Yeah, and it's at the college, so
Okay,
we're
I'm
right there.
close.
Well,
Well, I'll
I would
join
love
you.
to have you join us.
Okay,
It's a very nice group.
Yeah.
okay.
perfect.
And Mary, you already are the chairperson. We voted at the meeting last week while you weren't there.
Congratulations.
I'm the
Just so you
chairperson.
know.
That's great.
Well, there you go. I had to be at a funeral, so I wasn't there.
Board chat, so just so the public knows, the board, we rotate that. Whoever is assigned for the patriotic exercise for that meeting joins the board chat with the superintendent and the president. And the board chat happens every day before meeting at 3:30, remote.
And we
Community
would love to see people, so everybody who's watching, please join us.
Community safety meeting, committee, sorry, not meeting. So as we talked earlier, safety's kind of at the top of everyone's mind to get these plans up and updated and effective. And so I think this is a great committee to have. And if we can have 2 members that would like to be on that, to work with Joe and others on the safety plans and protocols.
I will volunteer for that.
Yeah, I'd love to do it as well if that's all right.
And you did it before with me, so I think
Yeah.
that's a good,
Okay.
for continuity's sake, that's good.
Great. Three Rivers Charter School, same as the board chat. That rotates depending on whoever is assigned to that meeting. Community Relations Advocacy Committee, rotation, is that?
It's probably really not a committee, it's
Yeah.
just, we rotate and take turns,
Different events.
yeah,
Okay.
depending.
And Wellness Committee, we have Mary and Diana, is that still?
We just had our first meeting, so,
Okay.
last month, yes. More to come.
Okay, so seeing this is under action, I assume we need a motion and a second. Is there any more further discussion?
I just want to make sure, does that kind of disperse things evenly, Mary? Or I don't want to take, I know you were really interested in safety, so,
I think
do you
I'm
have
on
enough? Okay, I just want to make sure.
Yeah, she's on
Yeah.
all the other ones.
I'm-
Bond
That is
person.
not my intention. Oh, she said the bond doesn't meet, so I'm
Right, yes.
worried about that. But,
Well, not
Yeah,
bond
I-
either,
you know, I would imagine that we would all be like, well, I want to be on all of them,
Right.
all of us, because we
Right.
all care about all of them, so.
Because I'm on 4. Anyway, but if, obviously, our schedules are always change, so we can always,
Right, we always know we can call
Sub.
somebody to sub out, so.
or just the first point.
okay. Is there any public comment on this item? No, so I'll entertain a motion to adopt the board member ancillary duties and appointments as discussed.
I will make a motion to approve the assignment of ancillary duties and appointments of the board in 2024.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
And roll call.
Trustee Babcock,
Yes.
Trustee Paley,
Yes.
Trustee Mackler,
Yes.
and Trustee Schneider.
Yes.
And the motion carries.
All right, moving on to 7.1, board acknowledgements.
Okay, so pursuant to California Department of Education recommendation, the board recognizes the following: December 2nd, National Special Education Day; December 7th, National Pearl Harbor Remembrance Day; and December 4th through the 10th was Computer Science Education Week. We also would like to acknowledge the retirement of the following staff member. On our classified staff, Barbara Stechter is, after 23 years of service, will be retiring effective at the start of January.
Perfect. And item 7.2, donations.
We have $860 that was donated by the Redwood Coast Cornhole Group to support the purchase of boys and girls basketball uniforms.
Perfect. Item 8 is communication. If anyone's received any communication you need to report.
I think we all received, or maybe we didn't, the Pacer rep. We have a new Pacer rep. Our old Pacer rep was Laurel, and now we have Trevor. So he's willing to come to a meeting, I think, and present or meet with us separately. But we now, I don't know what their role is going to be. We used to meet virtually quarterly, and it was kind of nice to have superintendents and other board members meet about what's going on. And it seemed like it was more pandemic stuff, but anyway, so look out for that.
Joe, do you mind quickly explaining PACER?
Oh, sure.
For
Let
those
me
on-
pull up actually his email so I can tell you what the whole acronym means. I had sent it to you shortly before the meeting, so. So PACER is from the California School Boards Association. It's the Public Affairs Community Engagement Rep. So it's just someone, who has some experience as a board member, and just as a way to try to engage board members and help be a liaison, I think, between that and community engagement and CSBA and all
And
the
they
big
help-
machines that we have going
Yeah,
on.
and they help with the Legislative Action Day, so they normally have worked in that realm before.
All right. Go back to the other screen. Item 9, public comment on any agenda items. Okay, I have a statement to read. In-person disclosures. Individuals may address the board on agenda and non-agenda items during public comment and/or at the time they are under consideration by completing the speaker form provided on the table at the entrance and submitting to Renee Holes, administrative assistant. Public comments are limited to 3 minutes per individual. Speakers will be chosen in random order. A timer will be set for 3 minutes. If you do not complete your comment when the timer rings, you may leave a written comment for the board's information. Each person may only speak once per agenda topic and is required to address the board from the podium. A total of 20 minutes public comment per topic will be allowed. In exceptional circumstances, the board may consider adjusting the amount of time allowed for public comment. Public comment cannot be acted upon or discussed by the board in accordance with the Brown Act. The board may request staff to respond orally at the meeting or at a future time. If you require translation service, please contact Renee Holes at the district office 72 hours in advance by phone or email. Regular meetings will be videoed and broadcasted on the FBUSD YouTube channel. Members of the public who wish to address the board may also submit public comments prior to the start of the meeting by emailing boardmeeting@fbusd.us. That's boardmeeting@fbusd.us. Staff will make all attempts to share and record any submissions received during or received prior to or during the board meeting. However, depending on timing, late submissions may be provided to the board after the conclusion of the meeting. Comments are limited to 3 minutes each, or approximately 390 words. No public comment?
Not by email, no. I believe we have somebody in the audience, though. Is that right?
Great.
Or,
No?
okay.
Okay. All right, moving on. Item 10.1, student representative report. Not present this
She is
evening.
not present.
She's
Okay.
not here. I don't have any communication from her, but I'll find out, make sure she's planning to be with us in January.
Perfect, thank you. Item 10.2, general obligation bond funds construction project update.
And so we did not receive an update from Don, but I can tell you that there's not been a lot of activity other than I did get certification from DSA today that they've received our phase 2 project for review. So it's the very start of that process all over again. So it'll probably sound a little familiar to what you've heard in the past around this. So if we with the review, we'll hear back within 5 days if there are deficiencies or things that need to be addressed. So we'll know by early next week if there's something we need to meet with the architects about moving forward.
Okay.
So.
Okay. Nice photos on the screen. Item 10.3, California Interscholastic Federation Athletics update.
All right. And so I will share this out unless there wasn't a member of the audience, right? No. Okay. I didn't think so, but I just wanted to make sure that
Anybody?
Brianna didn't ask someone to step in for her. So at Fort Bragg High School, winter sports are getting into full swing. In basketball, we have both a JV and varsities, boys and girls teams. The JV boys has a roster of about 12 players. The JV girls has a roster of 11. Varsity boys has a roster of 13, and varsity girls has 10 players. All the teams participated in tournaments over the weekend. Varsity girls, JV, and varsity boys went to Trinity. JV girls went to Willits. Let's see, JV boys took second place in the tournament this past weekend, and JV girls took third place in the Willits tournament. League play for these teams start tomorrow. Later in the month, our basketball teams will have their largest fundraiser, the Holiday Classic. So those dates are from December 28th through the 30th. This tournament will have teams from 9 different counties: Mendocino, Lake, Butte, Del Norte, Humboldt, Trinity, Contra Costa, and Sonoma participating. So pretty big event, and hopefully we'll bring a lot of folks to our town over the break to enjoy our beautiful home here. The basketball cheer squad has 18 participants. They're working hard to perfect the routine, stunts, and cheers, and they'll perform at a majority of the home basketball games. Wrestling is a smaller group this year with 10 students on the roster. They work hard daily in practice to improve their skills and are prepared for duels and tournaments coming up. They had their first meet on 12/1, and the majority of the team placed. League duels will start on 1/10/24 for the team. Esports is in its second year this year. At the high school, we have 10 students participating this season. The games our teams has chosen to participate in are League of Legends, Super Smash Bros. Ultimate, and Mario Kart. These teams meet Monday through Thursday. This continues to be a good opportunity to get more students involved in a team dynamic. At the middle school, we have both A and B teams for boys and girls basketball this year. B team is made up of 6th and 7th graders, and the A team is a majority of 8th graders with occasional 7th graders. B boys team has 17 students, and the A boys team has 12 students. B girls team has 11 players, and the A girls team has 13 players. They had their first game on November 30th. The boys A team is having a fundraiser home tournament event on this weekend on the 15th and 16th. This year, the middle school will have a wrestling team, so we're very excited to give these students an opportunity to learn skills and to get prepared for high school wrestling. The coach has a few meetings to identify the interest of our middle school students. As of now, we have 15 students interested in the team. When we return from winter break, practices will officially begin. And that's what's going on there.
Perfect. So when I saw this on the agenda, I had one question one point I wanted to ask about traveling. So when teams travel, they have evening games. I'm thinking of football at the moment. And sometimes they don't get back to the coast till 1 or 2 in the morning. And I guess my question is there any policy or anything about how late they can be out with one single driver and if they should ever spend the night? Or I know I've, talked to some parents that are like, makes us very nervous with a school bus driving Highway 20 at 1:30 in the morning. It's kind of
Sure.
crazy.
I would say school bus drivers, yes, there's a lot of DOT regulations and that sort of thing, so I am not worried at all. They can't go over a certain number of hours and all of that has to be documented. And a school bus is the safest way for our students to travel.
Of course.
So if they're on a bus, I have no qualms about whatever time of day it is. Our drivers are professional and we'll make sure our students are safe that way. If we have students coming in later, we have made exceptions to allow them to miss first period as far as from the student standpoint to be able to not have to go home and get an unreasonable amount of sleep, then come back and kind of do it all over again the next day. That's usually if they come in after midnight, we'll have that conversation, and it just depends on the day of the week and kind of what's going on. So usually Bruce and I will have that conversation just to support kiddos if that's what the need is. There is no hard and fast policy around stays. We can look at something like that if we would like to. It's just there's the increased cost that comes with the hotel rooms and all that kind of thing, and some students not being as comfortable with that.
Do the bus drivers take naps or whatever on the bus during those games? I know we're there a long time.
It has happened where actually at certain events we've actually gotten a hotel room for the bus driver so that they could have their rest time while the event's going on if we know it's going to be kind of an all-day kind of thing and
Right.
they're going to be late driving. That's been a practice we've had in the past. So.
We've also sent multiple bus drivers.
What's that?
Yeah.
We've also sent multiple bus drivers.
Oh.
It's a trade-off.
Mhm.
I was going to say, because sometimes they're gone for 12, 13 hours.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Any other?
I don't know, and maybe my memory is just bad as I'm getting older, but when I was younger on the school site, I don't remember the kids getting home as late as they are now. And I don't know if the game itself seems to take longer, if there's more calls, if there's, I don't know, it just seems like the
Certain
nights are
sports,
getting much
yeah.
later.
And I wonder if it's not a shift in CIF as far as what's considered our region. I think that's maybe grown a little bit from what it used to be from my,
Yeah.
I haven't done any study into this. It's just sort of my feeling that we're going to places that I'm going, oh, where's that high school again? I don't remember that,
Maybe that's it.
So I think there's a little bit of that. There are some further away places that we're engaging with to keep sizes similar. But
Well, maybe CIF needs, in our regional, needs to talk about the games being earlier, so that.
Definitely during the championship stuff.
right.
Yeah, so that's
Oh, of
definitely
course,
on my,
yeah,
as a
yeah.
parent. We might be going down to Pleasanton to talk to them.
Oh, gosh.
Yep. And if you need to have conversation with the CIF, I can always connect you with one of my superintendent friends who challenged CIF and actually got something changed. And so she's pretty amazing about dealing with their politics and that sort of thing. And we'd be happy to talk with you about anything that addresses some of the concerns we have with CIF and their policies for smaller districts. So.
And families have an option if their child's going to be coming home late. I mean, they have the option of going to wherever the game is, and that child can stay with them in a host. They don't have to go both ways on the bus if they're that
Correct.
concerned about.
Yeah.
Okay. Anything else for that?
And then this is more if the AD was here, and now we have that position. My question last time to her, for coaching, if there's kind of a check-in mid-season to check in what's going on, and then kind of an exit meeting, because I feel like there's things that happen, especially during sports, that it sure would be nice to, there's always something going down during the season, but then when you're exiting, to have, like, if you want to come back, these are the things that we need to see. Because it's a position that is difficult. You're doing a lot of after-hour stuff, but it needs to have quality coaching. So I just want to make sure that's being addressed since we have a person now.
And I know that there are definitely some informal processes for that, but I think we could tighten up with an evaluation or some type of feedback.
So the handbook, that could be picked up if someone wasn't there. Yeah.
And the link doesn't work.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh,
Is that just what you read, though?
Yeah, that's what I
Yeah.
just read. It's just that document. So.
As we're working out
The kinks.
The kinks.
The public wants to read it later. That'll have to be,
We'll
oops,
get
I
that
can change
fixed.
that right now.
thanks.
And I just want to stop every once in a while and make sure there's no public comment on it. I know it's just reports, but just always want to give the opportunity to the public. Okay. All right, next item 10.4, Fort Bragg Middle School campus highlights.
Good evening, Laura Vieira, Fort Bragg Middle School. I have a lovely photograph to start my presentation. That's not it.
That's a double rainbow.
As we're working out keys. It's such a great picture.
It is a great photo.
I'm excited to tell you about it.
But that wasn't your photo.
There it is. Thank you, guys. We don't care. Sorry, Laura. It should just come from the link. It's not. Let me try something. Why don't you tell us about that beautiful photo? I'd be delighted to. It's really amazing.
The actual assembly stuff on
It is when I click on it, it doesn't.
or there's a PDF at the bottom.
But in the interest of time, you all can see the slides. So let's go through and then maybe they'll come along later. So the opening slide, I'll describe it for people who are watching at home, is a picture of Fort Bragg Middle School with a rainbow that was taken by Erin Loomis, our assistant principal. Oh, there it is.
There it is.
On November 17th. So it is not Photoshopped. That's an actual event that happened on the Friday before we left for Thanksgiving break. So I thought it was a nice way to start it. Next is just our Fort Bragg Middle School community and all of the things that we've been doing. The picture with all the students is our web leaders leading musical chairs during a Friday lunch. The top right corner is our student council, student speeches and elections. The bottom left is part of MTSS, which multi-tiered systems of support, which we talked about when I was here for my benchmark report. But that every student in our school, actually not every student and every staff member got a little index card and drew a picture of themselves, and then they were all laminated, and that display is down in our library because everybody belongs and everybody matters at Fort Bragg Middle School, and there is their caricature of each of them. And then the bottom right corner is our Halloween costume contest and our quad in October. And then the next slide has highlights from our winter assembly that was produced and planned by our leadership group that meets with Tracy Perryman. And so you have the band playing, there was a Fort Bragg Middle School trivia contest, and then our teachers practiced and planned after contract hours to surprise our students with a flash mob. along with the leadership class. Lots of hours of practicing. There was a little YouTube video. And
That's
then
not a part of your presentation, though, video?
the flash mob, oh, they're going to be here in a minute.
They're on their way.
No, they're really not. And then, so our agricultural class, that is a picture of our Mendo Lake kit. Well, they went to the Mendo Lake sectional ceremony contest, and they did the open and closing ceremonies, and our team placed first through third in the region. And then our new digital media class is on the bottom, and that's taught by Angela Scrivener, and they are learning all kinds of how to use the Google apps, but in addition to ones that they don't always have time for. One of them was called Pop Art, and so our kids made things in the Pop Art app, and then went to the makerspace in our library, and our librarian helped them create stickers out of their art that they had created. And then the next slide that's our art class at downtown Fort Bragg. That's City Hall windows, and student art was displayed during Magic Market downtown, so that's really cool. And then we had our English language learner redesignation ceremony. Some of you were there, and those are the middle school kids on the far right, and that's the whole group. And we had a lovely event with families and refreshments, and it was just a good community building opportunity. The newest thing that we have going on this year is instructional partners so they're veteran teachers that were trained by Kelly Smith, our consultant that we've been working with. And the 4 teachers that we had that were brave to do this are Richard Becker, Kirsten Cesario, Debbie Crowningshield, and Tracy Perryman. And they co-plan model lessons together, and then they teach alongside one another periodically throughout the year. And it helps everybody improve their practice, and then just builds a strong, cohesive, collaborative team. And so that's not everybody, but those were the ones that we were able to grab quickly. And then we've had a couple school dances, and that is the September dance. It was a Barbie dance. You can see all the pink. We also have had a Halloween dance, but I was so busy looking at costumes and monitoring student behavior that I didn't take any pictures, and there were really good costumes. And then I reached out to a bunch of people today when I realized I didn't have them in my phone, and anyway, nobody had pictures because we were all so enthralled with what we were doing. The next slide is of Web, Where Everybody Belongs. It is similar to Link Crew at the high schools, trained by the Boomerang Project. Just last week, we had another one of our teachers go to the 3-day training. So our advisors are Tracy Perryman, Jason Godak, Ryan McGee, and our newest one, Chris Neller, who was trained last week. And so on the left side is 6th grade orientation, which our 8th graders help our 6th graders transition to the middle school. And then on the right side is our Halloween. They did a haunted hall, and for our 6th graders, and so there's some of the leaders for that group. And then our 8th graders all went on a field trip as part of our school-wide reading of the book, Look Both Ways. I couldn't remember it for a minute. Look Both Ways, which is about community, building community, knowing your community. We have so many families and students that have never been to the beach. So 8th grade went to McCarricker and then walked in on the Hall Road all the way back to school, and various activities along the way for a day in September. And then we have our parent-teacher conferences that we held in November. That's a photo of this year's. And then I know last month when I was here talking about student data and our benchmark results, we started tracking our data last year as part of our MTSS work that we've been doing. So in homeroom last year and this year, students handwrote a postcard inviting their families to come to parent-teacher conferences, and we mailed them all. So this graph shows, I color-coded it, so our 6th graders are in like the peachy pinky color, and so you can see that cohort from when they were in 6th grade to in 7th grade, and then you can see the 7th to 8th grade, and then our 6th graders this year, and the 8th graders from last year. So it's about the same, the numbers more or less, but I thought that would be a nice data point for you to compare, and then next year we'll have a 3rd year of data. And then I know you asked about the benchmark data over time, so I included these two slides. So I had it in paper, but it wasn't in my benchmark report. And so just so you can look at the data over time from when we first started doing iReady in 2020 to our first benchmark that we did this fall, and also color-coded by cohort, so you can kind of follow their progress or lack thereof throughout the years that we've been doing iReady.
Thank you for making it so easy to track it. That is,
The color.
yeah, I mean.
That was
just
not
makes
my
sense.
brainchild, the principal support network that we went to. This is from Grace Daniels, who was a presenter. She's a model school in Wyoming, and this is how she presented her data in helping with PLCs that work. And so I was like, oh my gosh, I understand it that way. So I copied it.
Well, thank you for adopting it.
You're welcome. Are there any questions? Okay, thank you.
I do have a quick question.
Yes.
Was it a quad dance? The Barbie dance, where there's an outdoor dance?
So ever since COVID, when we started doing school dances again, unless it's raining, our dances are in the quad. We did that initially just to worry about transmission of COVID, and then I think it rained one time last year, and we had to have it in the gym, and all the kids complained it was too loud, they had a headache, it was too hot, they couldn't see, it was too dark, and so when we can, we do it in the quad now, and it's easier to monitor and supervise because everybody's in one location, and it's not the running in and out from the hot gym to the cold quad,
Yes.
and it's lovely. They didn't like the September one because we're still in daylight savings time, and you can see them when they're dancing.
So,
They're all in pink.
Yes.
so I know you're not presenting data, but these two slides are great. Thank you for that. What are your thoughts?
Well, we were showing progress, and then we kind of slipped down, and I'm hopeful that we'll continue to see growth. I'm excited. The parts that I'm excited about are our teachers that are partnering with their colleagues. I'm hoping that co-teach, co-plan will help us move student achievement forward. At the same time, we're still recovering from the after effects of COVID. So we're doing our best. We're building community. Kids are excited to come to school. Well, most of the time. And so I'm hopeful that eventually we'll see an acceleration. And so I'm just going to hold on to that.
Thank you.
Positive.
Well, I mean, it's not,
It's not
like
too
reading,
far
the
off.
sixth graders, they went up
Yeah.
between,
Mm-hmm.
well, over, like the second thing it doubled the number of kids in, so.
Yeah.
It's not abysmal. And you're looking at it and talking about it, and that's a big,
So when I do our benchmark data analysis, that is the data that our teachers are looking at. And when you look at those action plans by department, they talk about it specifically and what their plans are. That's just everything lumped all together into one thing, so it's easy to look at just overall as a whole school. But they are looking at it in grade level teams and in department teams. And they address it in their action plans.
Thank you very much. Okay, next is item 10.5, Dana Gray Elementary School Campus Highlights.
Hi, everybody. Thank you so much for letting me horn in on this meeting and present our Dana Gray photo album. We do have a lot of fun at Dana Gray. If you want to go to the next one. I thought this quote from Fred Rogers is super poignant because I think we forget that play is where learning happens, and so we as just adults, we all forget to play. I'm just saying. And so the more that Dana Gray teachers are really trying hard to work in that play with math games and those kind of interactive things, so that kids can actually have fun while they're learning, not just the kids who academically love the academic situation. So I thought this was a super poignant quote from Fred Rogers. So So, as you know, we have our playground, and I thought these were, especially the little boy in the center, that's actually Ari Rule's son, who likes to do the zip line while reading. He's actually getting really, really good at it. But they're just really enjoying the new playground. They're having a really good time, and they're learning a lot about their own bodies. When they come in and say, "Oh, I feel so sick." "Why do you feel so sick?" "Well, I was in the wobble stools and I went around so many times." I'm like, so let's talk about that. How can you not feel sick? So they're learning about their bodies in relation to the motion that they're creating with the swings. Next one. The one on the left is the most popular and the most controversial of the new things on campus. It's called the spinny thing, the spinner of death. There's all sorts of, I don't even know what they're calling it now. But we've had a lot of learning around how many people can fit, where you should let your body, if you should let your legs swing out, and they're learning a lot about just their own safety. Because as you know, we can't plant a yard duty next to it the entire time because they have to survey a large area. So it's about them understanding that there's a reason why we don't have you hang on and have your legs fly out, because then you fly off and there's a little injury. The Christmas tree is in the middle, and then we have another wonderful swinger on the zip line. This is some of the art that the kids have been doing. In the middle there, we have the crochet club that happens in the library before school. We have some dioramas being made out in the beautiful sunshine on the left-hand side. And then the art, Flockworks is such an amazing asset to have in school. And so right now they're actually doing the basket weaving, which is a really intense situation happening in there. So thankful to all the parents who can come and help each of the classrooms. This is just this is after recess in the cafeteria. That's just, those are third graders. They're how excited they are to be there. Isn't that great? Well, wellness is really expanding at Dana Gray. Right now, Erica Malsum has the wellness center in what's traditionally the counseling office, and that is now we have so many students who access it in positive ways, as well as needing it to have some downtime, that we have a plan over the break to expand it. So right now, Ms. Malsum has the Kindness Club that meets in there. She has lunchtime crafting activities, and then she and the MTSS team have 2 of our teachers wrote a grant through CTA for Calm Corners and the Wellness Center combined. So last week we rolled out, there might be a picture in here, we rolled out every classroom at Dana Gray has a Calm Corner, and each has a cart with little wellness, little fidgets and those kind of things. Timers, you can either choose 2 or 5 minutes to be in the Calm Corner. We talked about what it's for when they access it. Students who are really elevated or not, they're past the Calm Corner. It's about having the kids start recognizing when they're feeling frustrated in the classroom, when they're having a reason why they can't focus, they can request to go in the Calm Corner. They go in there, have some downtime, some deep breathing. So every Dana Gray classroom has that. And then over the break, we're going to be moving our wellness center into a classroom space that's larger. And let's see, Ms. Malsum and Ms. McGee, she's kind of the head of the design team for our new wellness center. They're going to be going down and visiting a district in Walnut Creek that has a huge wellness center, and just to see kind of how it's situated. They have certain zones that kids can access before school and at lunch.
That's great.
These are little 4th grade kids just having fun on campus, and we have the state reports which have started. Again, we have a 4th grade class. We have, this class is doing a really good job with doing the MyPath work through iReady. So after that diagnostic, the Dana Gray staff is committed to doing 45 minutes of iReady English language arts and 45 minutes of math on MyPath as part of the, most teachers use it in the small group. And so what's nice about MyPath is it's at their instructional level based on the results of their diagnostic, so they have that time. This is some of our dress-up days. We had Crazy Hat Day. I'm not sure what was happening with the little lady dressing up there. It's probably during Halloween. But then we have this is the first year that I learned a little bit about what should be allowed for dressing up. I said, sure, blow up costumes, no problem. And then all of a sudden, this is the best of the ones, this is the best chicken. So we talked about how to, deflate it in the classroom and how to store it and that kind of stuff. But it was we had a great turnout for a whole meeting. Again, just students hard at work. We have quite a bit of teachers incorporating art into math. So that's been good. We have, as you know, during the nice days, we have inside and outside eating to split up the group. And so this year, I purchased those little blankets, and so the kids can come out, so they don't have to sit in the pavement. And it was interesting how many kids didn't know what they were, and they're like, why are we sitting on these sheets and stuff? I don't get it. And I said, did you know that no matter what the fabric, if you put it on the ground and sit on it and eat it, it becomes a picnic blanket. It was like this explosion of knowledge. So now they love the picnic blankets. They're learning how to fold, which is a skill, because they're required to fold it back up and put it on the cart when they're done, and they're really enjoying that. We have Pod Squad leadership, so unlike Web and Link Crew, those are both run through the Boomerang Project, but there wasn't anything for our weird situation of transition between elementary schools. So a couple of years ago, Katrina Titchener and I came up with the idea of some kind of transition to happen between those schools. And POD stands for Positive, Optimistic, and Determined. So this year, our Pod Squad leaders are doing a really great connection with third grade class. They've been teaching the third graders some playground games. They push into third grade classes weekly, and they have little bookmarks depending on what the focus is, whether it's comprehension. They read with their third grade partners, and they've been doing some fun classroom activities with their third grade classes. And then we have our amazing staff. That was our first. We got to play on the playground first, so that was after we played for a little bit, and we posed for that picture. These people, as you know, this year I closed off the parking lot at the end of the day to parents for pickup, because we had a lot of arguing and feelings that were being expressed after school as far as pickup. I could not do it without these amazing women. That's Miss Stenberg on the right. Cindy Whitlock is the president of our parents club, and then Miss Malsum. We kind of come out, we make sure the kids get across the street in different areas. And I've actually gotten more positive feedback from parents about that than negative. So I think everyone's feeling the, not having the parking literally lot of cars and kids walking between other people's cars. It was a pretty unsafe situation. So far, so good.
Have you guys talked at all with the city about putting a crosswalk in that where you guys, there's one like at the beginning of the bus loop? Because somebody helps cross there.
Yes.
But there's not a real, like, how much work is that to have the city?
Well, I was actually going to look into attending some city meetings to get one from the kind of the corner where the garden is over to the church parking lot.
Right,
That's
that's
a
what I
place-
was just, yeah.
Because we do help people cross there. That would be great.
That's
That would be great.
pretty
But we
scary.
also, I added into my last parent email, as we all get really busy as adults, sometimes we jaywalk. And
Yeah.
so I think it's a lot about us, me as well. I walked a student over to the high school recently, and I had to remind myself, no, don't cut across Dana Street, even though there's no cars. Walk to the crosswalk. So I think it's a lot about modeling as well.
We
They're,
have safety
picking that
vests
up.
for our volunteers.
We do actually just order some, and they're in. They just came in, yes, some safety vests. And one of our instructional aides, who is a basically shy person, I've been kind of pushing her out there on Wednesdays to help me, and she's doing a lot better job. She's to hold her sign up a little higher, but she's doing a wonderful job.
I pick up my son at the high school every day. And anyway, I think it's great. It's great. I mean, even as a person that doesn't come there, it's just, you guys are super organized, and
Thank you.
I feel that the kids are very safe.
Thank you.
You guys.
And granted, the proof is in the pudding when it rains, and I've had 2 rainy pickups. It just makes it more interesting. You just have to reframe and say, yes, thank you for the moisture. So, yeah. And these are just examples of our staff. They really got into dress-up days. At all of our monthly assemblies, we do have a staff competition, and they get to kind of invent their own competition. But luckily for them, on October, they didn't, and I came up with it. So we had teams of 2 from each grade level, and they had to make one of their teachers into a mummy with toilet paper. And then they had to do a little mummy dance, and the kids voted for the winner. But our staff just really get into participating in dress-up activities, modeling how to play for our kids. And there's my pretty picture of the school. There we go. Do you have any questions for me?
I do. It wasn't in here, but I heard at the wellness meeting that you guys are now doing lunchtime after lunch recess. So you're doing recess and then lunch.
Flip-flop lunch.
How's it going?
If you ask the children, they don't like it.
They still don't?
They don't like it because the way we've done it for a long, long time is they come in, eat lunch, and we give them 20 minutes, 15 at the minimum. But even if you run out after 15, you get 5 minutes more for recess. So because we're actually giving them their 20 minutes of recess and then bringing them in for lunch, they're only getting 25 minutes of recess. And if you ask them, they used to get 45, which they never did. So, it changes hard, They're eating more. We're throwing away a lot less food. And I just met with leadership today that when they're coming in, they're experiencing a little bit less energy. And where the kink is the pickup situation in the cafeteria, because they're usually outside being themselves and loud, whereas now they're all in the cafeteria. So we're working on a better pickup system so it's not quite so cuckoo bird. Yeah. But for the most part, supervision is a lot better. We have all 5 instructional aides out with them, and they walk them all into the cafeteria, so they have a lot better supervision in the cafeteria while they're eating. So
great.
Yeah.
And thank you for Calm Corners, or actually tell Mrs. Mulsum.
Yes.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, it was
Sarah
Sarah McGee and Whitney Ayers wrote the original grant. And then we've been working really closely with Steve Holm from MCOE. We already work with him through MTSS, and I get to work with him. He's helping us with the CalHelp grant to fund more things if we need them in the wellness center. So
that's awesome.
More to come, and maybe I'll invite Erica to come and tell you all about the wellness center when we get it up and running.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Yeah, thanks for trying that flip-flop lunch, because it did happen when our kids were in kindergarten or in Redwood, and it was very difficult with hand washing. It was like the big issue, but it definitely the same thing.
Sanitizer at the door.
Yeah, and I think sanitizer wasn't as popular back then. I wasn't even around.
That's true. That's true.
So, but the same thing came out of it, was that they were less wiggly, they ate, there was less waste. So that's still valid. Yeah, thanks.
Have the teachers, has it been long enough for the teachers to notice that their bellies are a little fuller and they're, not just the waste, but literally what the learning is happening after?
I actually just asked that this will be our 3rd full week. We started after Thanksgiving. So I think today in leadership, we just talked, bring this back to your PLCs, find out how it's going from your perspective. But the students or the teachers in leadership today said they've all noticed a difference.
I bet.
When there's problems on the playground, they come into the cafeteria, so the instructional aides have been getting to the opportunity to kind of talk people through things there, and which has taken a little bit of time. Well, it added more time in the classroom, because traditionally those things happen on the playground, and then they come to the front office, and then they wait for me for a little while, and they're not back in the classroom for 10 or 15 minutes, so it helps remedy those situations earlier. So I do know today the 4th grade class is having to petition. Yes, they've all signed it. And when they went in to talk to the teacher about something different, the young man came up and said, Mrs. Alexander, and a lesson was happening. I was like, no, this isn't the right time. Take that back to we'll talk about that later. So the kids, and I love that they're expressing their feelings. That's great. Opportunity for them to talk with me about things. And so we'll see how it goes.
Good luck.
Thanks.
What a
Thanks
learning.
a lot.
And you know the process working with the city to try and get a crosswalk?
I don't know the process.
So there's a committee that is the chief of police and the public works director, and
Mhm.
maybe a couple other, one or two city council members. They usually meet quarterly,
Okay,
and that's where you kind of present your, like, if you want to add a stop sign or you want to add a handicap spot on the street or whatever, that's,
Okay.
I forget the name of the committee, but that's kind of the first step.
do you think I find the times that they meet on the website?
It should be, if they've
Okay.
done it properly, yes.
Okay, great.
I don't know if it's called the traffic committee, but if you need help, let me know.
Thank you,
Yeah.
I appreciate that.
It takes time, but it
Right.
works.
It works so well, I just think it's valid
I agree.
to just
I
add
agree.
the
I
crosswalk.
think I need to reach out to the people at the Catholic Church. I think quite a few parents are parking in their parking lot and they're not really happy about that. So I need to kind of have a conversation with them to make sure there's still, some days it seems like they're telling people to leave and some days are not. So I just want to make sure that that's a good relationship between us and the Catholic Church. I don't want to upset them, you know. Sorry, the church across the street that I did not know.
Yeah, I was thinking, well, that's
Sorry.
quite a walk.
Yeah, sorry, the church across the street from us.
Yes,
Thank you,
got
for
you.
Presbyterian
Yes.
Church. I apologize.
Yeah,
Any other
very
questions?
good.
It's Baptist.
No,
Thank you.
Thank you.
thanks you guys.
Thanks, Jamie.
And I'll just do another check-in, any public comment on any of this reports?
No.
Okay, moving on to item 6, superintendent report.
All right, so we'll start with our AVID program update. So bring up Kelly.
I apologize for not having cool pictures. This is one of the negatives of not teaching at elementary, I guess. So good evening. My name is Kelly Farrell, and I'm here to share some updates about AVID in our district. Little did I know that there would be so many AVID parents in here. So that's awesome. AVID was first established in Fort Bragg High School in 2001. And I've been lucky enough to be teaching AVID for 14 years. AVID provides teachers with detailed, data-driven unit outlines and real-life learning opportunities. Yes, we already pay for this, friends. I know money is always in the back of our mind. So we basically get a unit. We can click on that link. It provides us with daily activities. Here at Fort Bragg High School, we rotate with our students, which is able to create relationships that can't be forged in any other classroom setting. The focus for each grade level remains consistent to provide equity. As freshmen, the students bond and learn basic AVID strategies. As sophomores, the focus becomes more on colleges. Juniors is colleges and education paths, and then seniors is kind of the payoff year where they're gonna work on college applications and scholarships. Of course, that's very, very abbreviated, and we have 3 parents in here that are very well aware. The training and curriculum that AVID provides has proven to reduce teacher turnover. Here in California, it's about 4 to 6%, but in Arizona, we see as high as 33%, which is huge, especially when we look at our teacher turnover here. AVID not only provides teachers with resources to use in their classroom, but creates a team of like-minded teachers that builds a climate which makes teachers feel more successful. AVID also provides levels of support, starting with site leaders, district leaders, regional management, and contact with other schools. So when I think about how I determine myself successful as a teacher, I look at my past students, my AVID babies especially. So some of them have master's degree and running their own businesses. Some are serving in the military and earning their nursing degrees. Some are firemen, some are in lineman school, but it's not just the college degrees, right? Some of my college kids are working here in our community. In fact, Nurse Isabel and your newest hire, Nirvana, are both my AVID kids. So teaching has become more challenging and taxing, so I would be lying if I didn't say I looked at other options, but AVID keeps me coming back. Even though you guys keep throwing me curveballs, it's okay. AVID's the place I feel most impactful, and it's where I personally belong. So myself and other AVID teachers have felt so passionate that helping these students break cycles, set goals, and achieve these goals, that we actually obtained college counseling degrees. So currently half of your staff at Fort Bragg High School that are AVID trained have college counseling degrees. And that's because we believe in the mission of AVID. So while I've never stated that every student should go to a 4-year university, I will forever, every time you ask me to come here, I'm going to tell you that every student should have that opportunity to go straight to a 4-year. So Fort Bragg High School fluctuates for our A to G completion. During COVID, I know everyone dipped, but we dipped down into the 20s. We're currently back up to 37, so that's good. But Avid continuously stays over 95%. So while our average is higher than Fort Bragg High School, I still believe that every student deserves that same opportunity. Avid at Fort Bragg High School also mirrors the same demographics as our overall high school, meaning that the economic breakdowns as well as racial profiles are the same in our Avid program as school-wide. So we are reaching the correct population. We don't turn people away. So that was kind of our input from my teacher hat. As the district director, some updates. Last time you guys had me come was almost a year ago. And since then, I have helped facilitate 2 learning opportunities. One was to take 2 4th grade teachers to a demonstration school in Live Oak. We were able to observe 10 classrooms. We talked with teachers, students, and administrations. We learned about how they did so dang well. The students were in charge of their own learning. There was no teacher on the stage. It was absolutely amazing. I would love to send my kid there. It was very, very empowering. And then when talking to the students, they really felt that the teachers were behind them, that they had high expectations. Again, all of you and all of your staffs can go to these things. It's free. In August, I took a team of 5 teachers from Fort Bragg High School, and we attended Summer Institute in San Diego, which this coming summer, it'll be back in Sacramento, so it'll be a little bit cheaper, but they redid the convention center, so Sacramento was out this year. So we worked mornings in our individual community of practice, so we each got to select one that fit our own needs, and then in the afternoon, we came together and worked as a site team, and then heard from students and staff across the nation. This happened to be the same week that Tim Anderson shifted to administration and Juliet Anderson moved into Avid 12. So it turned out to be a great time for us to work on plans and goals and then really support those people moving into new shifts 2 weeks before school started. So I'm assuming the next question is what's next with Avid. So there's multiple paths the district can take. The first would be just to stay as is, right? So data is showing that the Avid elective is currently running efficiently and effectively at Fort Bragg High School. The only problem is that we're only reaching about 100 kids. The current elective teachers have been trained, and really with some tweaks, we can do some cross-age tutoring and get that tutorial portion kind of a little bit better and move up the ranking of affiliate site. We can also push into the advisory program. I think that's something that is very underutilized at Fort Bragg High School. It's 18 minutes a day. Currently, with our site subscription, we already pay for an Avid curriculum, which has life skills, money, finance, all of that stuff already built in. So that could be pushed in, as well as helping middle school train new hires. The second, no offense, would be a shift in sites. So currently the middle school has some room for growth with their implementation and could pause Avid and shift to an elementary site for the same cost. So I know everybody worries about cost of things. Again, the money that comes with it comes with lesson plans, staff training, every site member would have access to Avid curriculum, etc. A third, which is a little extreme, but I'm going to throw it out there anyway, is to take a hard look at initiatives that are currently happening within our district and consolidate and believe in focus in fewer programs. So at the high school level, we currently have 3 college prep programs with Avid, UB, and TRIO. And all of those things are kind of trying to juggle the same students, which makes it very difficult to do things efficiently and with fidelity. The cost for all of this stuff, I'm sure, is in the back of your minds. One awesome thing, which I don't think a lot of people know, is that because I've gone through the training to be your district director, I actually can put on training and staff development for all teachers, and that counts as Avid training for your staff. So once they have 12 hours, they're considered a fully trained Avid staff member. And that costs nothing minus staff willingness to participate. Our regional manager also can come for free of cost and put on any kind of workout for you or admin or any interested staff. So one thing to think about as we're talking about shifting and pushing into advisory or shifting sites, as Jamie mentioned, and a lot of our staff have been through Kelly Smith training, and AVID really mirrors what Kelly Smith has taught us. It's just good instructional practices. And so AVID really isn't a new thing. I think if we rolled out some of these policies and practices, teachers wouldn't even notice that it wasn't Kelly Smith stuff. It's just neater packaging and timed out for us. So AVID was really not a new thing. It's just kind of a nicer package. And then lastly, before I ask if there's any questions, because you guys all know I like numbers and data, I didn't personally write the LCAP, but just in case you haven't noticed, AVID is in there 16 times. So I don't think it's just me that believes in the program. And I do have one full alumni, and then Diana's child was in there for 3 years, and then Kathy's son is in his second year. Third year, second year with me.
He was in 8th grade at AVID too.
Oh, nice.
So what would AVID site-wide look like if it was an advisory? Could it be like a homeroom, or what would you think?
So the AVID program, and we've talked about this at the high school leadership because the advisory program isn't really working very well. And so the goal in January is to kind of open that door to let people explore. So there are financial units, there's college and career units, there's Socratic seminars, which to me would be so fascinating, kind of like Laura was saying, having an entire site reading the same document and having that same discussion. And then really focusing on kind of the core strategies, how we annotate text and how we write and edit documents, all of that stuff would be the same. So it would be taken off of our plate as individual teachers so that the curriculum can be more focused on content than how to do that. And all of that stuff is in there. It is kind of based more on a 40-minute advisory period. So we could either break it down, or I've also suggested that our site look at the exploration of changing our schedule so that advisory meets 2 days a week, because we do that during our workshops. And the students really like that better. And it gives us, I personally think, more meaning to that 40 minutes, whether it's to teach them financial literacy, how to do taxes, or whether it's literally just to sit down and talk to kids. 18 minutes it's a very odd amount of time. But whether we stay with 4 days of 18 minutes or explore the 2 40 minutes, the AVID curriculum for advisory is already there.
Oh, that'd be great.
It'd be less transition for them too, because I think the 18 minutes, it's another.
Right, so I definitely see reasons both ways. Like, it is a mental break, especially for the older kids. That junior and senior year is tough. But just the idea that that 40 minutes could really be utilized different.
Yeah.
But that's
Thank you.
aside. If there's any other questions.
Has there been any work integrating with Kelly Smith and the work she's doing with AVID, or just 2 separate tracks going down?
Currently, it's 2 separate tracks. Anytime that I meet with Kelly, we talk about what she calls, this document or the strategy versus what AVID has trained me to do the strategy. So it's there, and it would not take very long to align those 2 things so that teachers don't put up the wall of resistance. It would not take very long, but it has not sat down and been done.
It's been talked about?
Kelly and I have talked a lot about it.
And her thoughts?
Well, one thing I love about Kelly is that her philosophy is not necessarily for us to keep paying her. She wants to train us, especially with these coaches, and kind of move in our own direction. So she appreciates the fact that there's quite a few of us that have been trained in that and have those tools and documents at our access. So she's full support.
So this could be sort of like a Kelly Smith 2.0.
Kelly Smith 2.0,
Like a
prettier fonts.
There you go. And do you see it? Do you see every site being able to utilize the AVID program?
I honestly think if you see one of these sites, you honestly, that's your goal for life, right? There is no expectation for a student to fail. I think there's a lot of room for growth, and it's a huge ask for some of the sites. I think some sites would be more willing to jump on board quicker. I think there would be some resistance at a few of the sites, but it's nothing I don't see being done. And I think Kelly did a bunch of that legwork for us.
So at the conference, we hear innovations, what's going to get attention in the classroom. So over the years, since you've been in Avid so long, is it innovative? Is it going to capture kids that want to be, snap, snap, snap on the computer? I guess you've got tools that will keep them.
So they do, Avid has huge research background, Yes, the fee to me is minimal, especially when I start looking at your guys' warrants, like mind blown what we spend on things and how much we get for the fee for Avid. They have that computer-based technology. They partner with a lot of outreach programs, and we're so lucky to be this close to the Bay Area. I don't know if you guys remember, but last year we went to the A's game and we got to meet with those sports broadcasters, and there was 30 colleges on at the stadium there. So Avid does a lot of that networking with us. A lot of colleges also work with Avid to offer free applications for students, so they're able to get wider options. All of those things are built in, and it's because of that Avid link. So they definitely try to kind of be the leading cutting edge of what's coming down the pipeline.
Okay. Yeah, so it's not just a program.
No, it has
Yeah.
definitely changed.
Yeah.
Kathy was taught Avid for a long time, but you can see, it used to really focus on the classroom, the elective model, and they perfected that, and now they're pushing it out. And they're saying that we need to include financial literacy, we need to include this social emotional learning, and that's now all built in.
So do you think with the advisory that if you did the 40-minute model twice a week, which seems like it gives you a chance to actually bond, because that's what I see with Avid over the years, is that how connected you are to your students, they're still connected to you. You've got rafts of them that are still in touch. I mean, I know that's true, and for Kathy too, with all the Avid teachers. That connection seems like, to me, that's the key. That's the magic that happens. Do you see that happening in 40 minutes twice a week?
I think that can happen even in the 18 minutes, and I think trying to increase things like A to G and opportunity, I think we just need to figure out a way to teach our staff what those expectations are. I think a lot of it is just a knowledge gap. Not every student or every staff member realizes that it's chemistry, Algebra 2, and Spanish 2, and a visual performing art that's holding these kids back. And currently, as a sophomore, we are letting 15-year-olds make this decision. You as parents are not included in that decision.
No.
So I think a lot of it is just education. And so whether that's done in 18 minutes or 40 minutes or through a packaged program, which I like because then there's consistency and there's tools that teachers can go back and refer to, but it's not that our staff couldn't create those things well.
Right.
It's just time
Knowledge. Yeah.
and knowledge.
Well, it seems like an equity issue too, that this is a way for us to get every kid there and to give them the opportunity to get there. We can't push them through, but connecting with somebody, and I know that's true of all the Avid teachers. You all had a knack at connecting with kids, so then I'm hoping that all teachers can learn to do that same thing.
And I think it's just, like getting to know what kids' goals are, whether
It's
it's to
important.
play sports at a JC and go to a fireman academy, or whether it's to forget you, thanks for getting me this far, but I'm going to go to WyoTech.
Right.
Or whether no, I want to go to a 4-year university and I want to play 2 sports and I want them to be 30% black. I have a student on the East Coast doing that. I think every teacher has that potential to do that for students.
Right.
It's just they need the tools to do that.
The training, yeah. Thank you. That's great.
So I have one question monetarily. So the way you described our options moving forward, am I understanding that our license is paying for 2 sites? So we either do high school, middle school, high school Dana Gray, high school Redwood, high school we do
If
2.
you wanted to keep the budget as it is
Same.
now.
Okay.
I'm not saying you couldn't add more, we couldn't back off the Avid Weekly, which we pay, which is a critical reading kind of curriculum. Those we could shuffle stuff and, we could sit down and talk about where that fits. And I just threw those out there. These guys just happened to be here. I hadn't talked to them, but I know the 2 4th grade teachers that I went to last year did really enjoy it.
Well, and I know on the LCAP meet and greets last year and even the year before, the few folks that came, they articulated, that was an area they hadn't any life experience, and so they really needed help navigating that whole system, and they felt like it wasn't an option for their kids because since they're kind of in that mode, those are the families that aren't getting calls from teachers. And so I feel like that is kind of a gap, and this could fill that maybe to educate kids and give them the power and families, because that was what I heard a few times over, that that area of their students' life in the high school level specifically. So if they got maybe an earlier read, they wouldn't feel like it was so unattainable.
So as the AVID district director,
It's just a fancy title.
understood, but it's an important one. Do you feel that we could, over time, come up with a roadmap to spread this with the appropriate resources throughout the district? Is it feasible here in Fort Bragg?
I think it's feasible. I mean, I would have to check in with staff members and kind of see how many roadblocks potentially there are. If I were to choose a site to start with, it would probably be Jamie's site.
Okay,
I would think that would be the least resistance.
thank you.
Or ours. I mean, we're already there, but it sounds like you guys are interested
Gotcha.
in the possibility of pushing into advisory, and we're already talking about that on our site.
Well, it's definitely, this is the time to talk about things that we are currently doing and how are they working,
How are we
and what are we gonna shift to while we're getting into the LCAP discussion. So this is a good thing to put on the
But the
discussion.
program is age appropriate for K through
It
12,
is.
or does it start later?
It starts they do have K through 12. The K2, it's pretty juvenile.
Okay.
I think the third grade, we visited fourth and fifth grade classrooms, and I was appalled at how advanced they were mathematically and leading literally Socratic seminars, like referring to text and highlighting and annotating, is pretty fascinating. I think pushing down, it's more about the things that kind of Redwood is already doing, the college and career awareness, having the posters out there, letting kids know that there's these other things happening in the world. And then at the high school and middle school level, it's really about education, like what are the roadblocks for me getting out of here?
Okay,
And finding money for them to do that.
perfect.
Good?
Thank you.
Thank you, Kelly. All right. So the local, the LCAP process discussion. So we started a little bit last month. I did want you to know, I've set some tentative dates for parent input meetings or parent and community input meetings, February 5th and 15th. Tried to choose 2 different days of the week, because I know sports and all the other commitments that kind of hit, but that keeps us before the February break, so I can have some time to kind of aggregate a lot of that information and bring it back to you there. We also will send out our parent, staff, and student surveys in January and February. I need to make sure ADCO gets a chance to take a look at those one more time and see if there's anything that we need to ask in addition to what we've asked in the past, or things that didn't quite give us the data that we wanted. I think that's also a part of our equity work, to see if there's some additional equity questions that we need to put into the survey to support students. Our site level meetings with staff and parents will be held in January and February. Actually, I think you even have one site council with middle school this week, right? Yes, on Thursday. So might be a little less prepared for that one, but I can at least hear ideas.
3:30.
Let's see.
Joe, can you send those dates and times out to everybody?
I will, yes.
Okay, great.
Once they're all finalized,
Yeah.
we're still waiting on a couple of more dates. This one this week kind of snuck up on me because I was really thinking they were
last
all in
week.
January. Yep.
So I don't know if, are you kind of done with this topic before we move on?
Oh, I had
I
a
just have a
couple.
question. Okay, I'll wait till you're,
Sure. And I'll, one thing I wanted to add was that there's a new template for the LCAP. It's not really radically different from the old templates. I think it should simplify a little bit, particularly in the, what we used to call the DIE subsection, which is the increased and improved services for students. It kind of breaks out, here are the actions for all students under this, and here are targeted groups. So rather than having just a list of actions and you have to read through the action to kind of tell, it breaks it out a little better that way. And then it gets rid of some of the redundancies in some of the reporting parts where you were like, this is the same information, just turn the piece of paper this way. That kind of thing. So, and we will have a mid-year update for our LCAP goals and data for the current LCAP in February, at the February meeting. So. And now I'm happy to answer any questions.
So, before COVID, or actually it was way before that, there was a board member or two that went to each of these kind of open forums. Then we had COVID and we didn't really do anything. And so I've heard, and I don't know.
virtual ones.
We did virtual ones.
But we've talked about it going both ways, whether it's good to have board members there or whether people, anyway, I think it would be good for more than one administrator type person to hear. They would maybe hear different points from parents than other people. So
For sure.
I'm just wondering what other people's feelings are. Should there be one or two board members at each one of these? Or what are we feeling like to get the
I didn't think it was
feedback?
hindering any conversations.
We had some really great conversations. A lot of good stuff came out of them. I didn't have any feeling that people were like intimidated or holding back or anything.
Do you have an opinion?
No, I mean, I think it would be great to be there and to hear what folks have to say and to connect with our community in that way. So I would welcome you to be a part of that. And, I'll get the dates out to you so you can let me know who's available to attend what. So.
And will they be at a different site as well, or one
I haven't set
location?
the sites yet.
Okay.
I literally
Just-
said I have time on my calendar on these days, so
Okay.
that's when they are.
Okay.
And it doesn't seem to conflict with anything else on any schedules that I can see right now, so.
So we can put all those, once they're scheduled on our calendar?
Yes.
The two on Thursday are actually on the board calendar for the 14th. So if there's somebody specific who wants to go,
Okay.
they're on that calendar. But yeah, once they're scheduled, they'll all be on the board calendar.
And that's at 3:30?
The middle
Site
school's at
council?
3:30, and then
Site council.
Yeah, Joe's scheduled to be at Dana Gray, Jamie on Thursday at 5:30. Is that correct? Yes. Yeah.
Oh, on that same day?
Yeah, it's the same day. Sorry, Joe.
So I was thinking of attending at the middle school since that's my new site.
I was gonna say, that is the one I could do. I can't do 5:30. I could do 3:30.
But like always, if for some reason there's already two people there, then one of
I
us
was just
back out.
thinking if we got
Yeah.
that one nailed down
Yeah.
today.
I'll be out of town that day.
Yes, you will.
Yes, I will.
So,
I can do the 5:30 one.
Thank you.
Okay.
That's
Great.
Dana Gray?
Yes.
Okay.
All right. Next topic is our comprehensive school safety plans. We have finally got the documents from the service that we were working with through a lot of back and forth and make sure it's on the right form. The documents they meet the minimum requirements. They're going to take some time for us to get everything in them. I think that makes it a usable document, but it checks off the box for right now. Unfortunately, I was expecting a little more and was a little disappointed. So, and I think site admin were not real overwhelmed with the quality of the document we got back. But we have them. We will bring them forward in January. They're moving through the processes right now. Again, I'm not. It's not that it doesn't say many of the same things that were already said in the other plans. It just says it in a lot more pages with a lot more other stuff in there. So these documents went to like in the 80s.
Oh,
my
no.
Where do they come
The other
from?
ones.
So we worked with Keenan, that we're all familiar with. They had one of their subsidiaries actually wrote the plans for us, based off of the information. So it includes, like I say, all the legally required pieces. So if nothing else, it's a good basis for us to look and refresh our old plans or work with something else to include those. But it includes literally the text of all of our board policies that apply to school safety. So that's a huge portion of the bulk of the plan. So when you get them next month, you'll notice that the board policies are all going to be exactly the same in each one, so you can review it one time and not have to go through it. And all the different plans for all the sites. So, and we'll continue to see what comes out. I'm still waiting on the emergency operations plan that was meant to be the culmination of all this, but what I'm seeing, we're just going to start building something based off the plans that we have and go from there. So.
Is that also something Keenan provides, or no?
No, this is something the county office actually bought the product for all of our districts in Mendocino County, and everybody jumped on it because we thought, hey, great, somebody who knows safety plans and that kind of thing, and so I'm a little disappointed in that. I think the other districts are too at this point.
So that's why we changed. We jumped on that thinking that it was going to be a more
I was
improved.
trying to save time from my admin,
Right.
thinking,
Streamline
hey,
and-
streamline.
Gotcha.
Well, they did. At one of my sessions, they mentioned that the safety plan is probably the most important item that the board looks at in terms of emotional and mental wellness.
Mm.
So,
Just putting it out there. In those 184 pages.
on the next item, I wanted to respond. Last month, there was a request around having some historical data for student performance. There's a site called EduData. It is actually a nonprofit site, so it just takes all of the available data, brings it in, and really it goes back as far as there's available data. It goes going back and back and back. It's like, oh, this keeps going to pre-2009, which is, you start getting into not really comparing apples to apples at that point, just because you get so far back. But the link that is on the agenda and in the packet for this actually takes you to our data. So you didn't have to use the drop downs, but it's not that hard to change around. And then you can drill down into schools if you would like to, with the drop down that's at the top. And again, it has pretty much all the data that has been reported to the state over those years, including financial data and everything. So it really gets in depth there. So I just found it ends up being the place that I go to answer questions when I'm looking at historical comparisons and that sort of thing. So.
Good reminder. And when I have Googled it, this has come up. So it's
Yes.
in the first page of searches. So that's good.
Yeah, it's dependable and
That's good to know.
Yeah.
It's a lot of information. That's great.
Yeah, because I always wonder, like, when I'm looking at something, how updated is it? How,
Sure.
if it's accurate.
And it takes them a little bit of time, like they still haven't gotten some of the information in from 22, 23 that they already know, and some of it won't come in until they do the dashboard release, as that's when they consider some of this information made public. So, any questions about that site? Okay, great. District legal representation, we've made a shift to using Fagan, Fullfrost, and Friedman, Fullfrost, I don't know. Anyway, I always get the three Fs mixed up. We just call them F3.
It's right here.
Oh, thank you. Yes. To support most of our needs, we still have maybe a few retainer hours that are with school and college that we can use for something pretty straightforward, but I'm looking to see what it's going to take for us at the end of this year just to withdraw from that consortium and move out on our own, just to support the district's needs better. The difference is with our other firms, sometimes it would take us a week to get an answer on something that it's taken me 2 hours to get an answer with F3. It's kind of a big difference at the speed of which these things come at us and the experiences we have. So it so far has been very positive. We'll see what the overall cost, but I think their speed in responding to us is going to cut down on the amount of legal hours because they're
More efficient.
they're more efficient and they're just saying, here's the answer and let's move on. So I have appreciated that so far. And then finally, we have our school dashboard data. The California School Dashboard will be released on Friday, December 15th. I think they probably timed that so that it's right before most folks are going out on their winter break, but it is what it is. We have had a little bit of a chance to preview the data. I don't think I'm
Surprised.
no, there's no big surprises there, though I will say that we, a strong improvement for us was the suspension rate has declined. And so we went down by about a percentage point, I believe, in the number of students suspended, so that's a very positive result. Will reflect nicely on the dashboard as well. And we know there are other areas we have talked about, our chronic absenteeism, math performance, ELA performance. We'll go more in depth and actually look at the dashboard hopefully at a future meeting, so that'll be part of my report probably in January. So. I also wanted to say in January we will have, I've confirmed with Kelly Smith that she'll be here. And we'll do a brief presentation and be able to answer some questions. So if you have questions about sort of like what we talked about tonight, it'd be a good time to have that, and she's willing to come back if we need to, or whatever the board's pleasure is with that. And we have, we are currently working on a MOU with the California College Guidance Initiative, so CCGI. It's a program that allows our students while they're in school to track their progress on A through G, do assessments for interest in career, college, those kind of things, do research on colleges, all in one place. It also allows our counselors to go in and see if somebody's making a college application, are they stuck somewhere? Have they filled out their FAFSA? Have they done all of those pieces that sometimes it's hard to get a straightforward answer from a kiddo on because they're stuck on a step and they don't really know how to articulate that. I'm stuck in this place or whatnot. So there can be a little more efficiency from our counseling department in addressing that. Hey, I've got 5 kids. I'm going to do a lunch group that's going to look at this thing. Kind of help folks through it. So that hopefully will get going for this. Basically, they said if we sign now, we can, at the start of next school year, could have this up and running because they have to do some data verification and stuff through our ARIES. So we'll talk to ARIES and kind of update as we hit semesters and that kind of thing. So students can look at kind of real time where they are with their progress with things. So,
Oh, wow.
What's it called?
it's called the California College Guidance Initiative.
CCGI.
Okay, any other questions, comments on superintendent report? Any public comment on anything in the superintendent's report?
No.
All right, moving on, do we have a report from California Schools Employee Association?
We do not.
No. Fort Bragg District Teachers Association?
We do not.
Yes, so yes, anytime you guys want to, we would love for you to hang out. We love the company, but don't feel like you have to. Thank you so much. Happy holidays.
Happy winter break.
Bye. Thank you.
Okay, so is everyone okay to keep going? I know it's almost 8. Okay. Moving on to the approval of the agenda consent items. I know normally we have the vice president to read them out. Kathy, I don't know, with this new system, how, you
I do.
printed agenda, even
And I
better.
think I think this is correct. So we have the warrants, minutes dated from November 9th, personnel action forms, and I don't think there was any contracts in there, but it is listed.
All right. Any Anyone want to pull anything? Any questions?
I think we need to pull the minutes because there's still not a correction, so we can just deal with it next month.
Okay.
Otherwise, I'll move to approve the consent item, removing the minutes.
I'll second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Yes.
Yes.
And is Renee aware of the correction?
We made the correction, we had an issue
Uploading it.
reconnecting it to this agenda.
Got it.
So they are corrected, but they don't appear,
Okay.
they're not, they're ready.
Okay.
They're just not,
So we'll just approve them.
they're not
We'll include it in the
uploaded.
next packet.
That's correct.
Minutes
Yes.
in next month. Okay.
Okay, moving on to 12.1, Resolution 23-09, Annual Report and Accounting of Developer Fees 2022-23.
So I went around and around with the county about whether or not we had to do that this year since we were no longer collecting them. And they
Right.
said, yes, you do have to do it. I don't quite understand why, because you technically only have to report on the remaining funds every 5 years, but we have to do the resolution every year. So it's all here. And I know it was kind of a late minute upload into the packet, so I apologize for that. But basically, we earned some interest. We spent about the same amount as we have in prior years on the TLC rent and on one of the portable leases, and then with the interest income, so we're using it up a little bit at a time because we're not bringing it in anymore. And just for the public's edification, the reason we suspended it was kind of twofold. One was in recognition of the community taking on the additional bonds and the property tax increases associated with that. And also because it should be tied to an increase in your enrollment, and we really haven't had enrollment increases that sort of justify continuing them. So that's, for the public, why we suspended those last year. So that's that report, and there's not much else to talk about there. Any questions?
Questions? I know sometimes we read resolutions.
This
I
is
don't know.
lengthy.
Yeah, I don't think. Okay.
This one is very dry.
Talk about dry matter.
And it's, yeah.
We would
Yes.
lose
Is
anybody
there-
that was already watching.
Right.
Is there
Especially
any,
since we're not collecting.
any public comment on this item? No?
There's no public comment.
Okay, so I'll entertain a motion.
I'll move to approve item 12.1, Resolution 2309, Annual Report and Accounting of Developer Fees for 2022-23.
And I will second.
Perfect. And roll call?
Trustee Schneider,
Yes?
Trustee Babcock,
Yes.
Trustee Makla,
Yes.
and Trustee Paoli.
Yes.
And the motion carries.
Perfect. Item 12.2, the 2023-24 first interim report.
So the first interim is basically kind of a check-in between where we were with the adopted budget and then the unaudited actuals. And because when we do the budget, that's all based on still budget information, there's a lot of movement around once things get close to unaudited actuals to where we really end up. And when we do the budget, we also are kind of not guessing, but it's an educated guess about staffing, who's going to be where, how much they're going to get paid, what programs we're going to be doing, how much we're going to have left over to pay for this, that, and the other thing. So this kind of moves those things into reality more. And it's also a place to look at if there were any significant changes between the state budget when we adopted the budget and now. If there was anything really significant, we would have done that in August, but there really weren't any big adjustments or anything really much to talk about there. The only thing that is much to talk about is the change in the expected COLA. And when we did the budget in the out years, we were looking at 3.6 and 3.8 or something like that. They were, and what they're recommending now is for next year 1% and then 2% in the second subsequent year. So that's why even though you 1%, which means because of our rolling average ADA, our expected revenue for next year from the LCFF is actually going to go down a little. It's not a huge significant drop, but it is going to be going to impact it because we have been riding on that higher ADA from the rolling average, and now we're kind of hitting the point where the rolling average is closer to what reality is. So the available balance in the second out year, which is kind of a long way out to look, but it's our best guess about, and the way I kind of looked at it was if we maintain all of our programs in those out years, that's what things are going to look at. So we are going to want to look at, as we get further into this year, what the reality of those amounts are, and see if those small COLAs are going to be sustained, or are they going to, are things going to turn around a little and they're going to feel a little better about it. But if they don't by the end of this year, then we'll have to start taking a closer look at some of the things that we've been doing and really choose the ones that have the greatest efficacy and maintain those using our ongoing funds. The other wonderful news was the state is expecting a 68, I think I put billion-dollar budget deficit this year. So, the 1% and 2% is looking more realistic than hopeful. But we do have the good, strong reserves, and so, like we've said before, having that will allow us to gradually make changes rather than having to make sudden wholesale changes. So we can do that with thoughtfulness and take our time. The other thing I included in here was the analysis showing where we were with the original budget and where we are with first interim. And most things didn't change a whole lot, and a lot of it was because of those knowing more what we really had left over rather than what we had budgeted to be left over from the budget time to unaudited actuals. So I don't know if you had any questions on anything in here. I didn't include the common message because most of it was kind of irrelevant at this point. They had sent it to us, but many of the estimates that they had given us for things like the COLA and all that were no longer relevant, so I didn't think it was a meaningful thing to include.
So I have a question. I didn't even talk about it with my fellow board members. My first session Friday was about the budget, and it was incredibly depressing. And at that point, what was that, a week ago, they said we were looking at a $56 billion deficit, and then I did read this, that it had already gone up to a $68 billion. Is it going to keep increasing? Or I know the tax date finally came and went, and we know, I hope we know, what our tax revenues were in the state.
Right, and the $68 billion was, I think, after that, and they had factored that in.
Okay.
And they also look at what the collections are for the first few months of the year too. So they combined the first few months of this year's collections with the finality of the extended tax filing deadline that they had.
Right.
So all of that has been worked in. January is when we'll know what better, have a better idea of what things are going to look at when the governor puts out his first level of budget. And I have to believe that they're going to continue to, if there's anything good news, it's going to be in the form of some kind of one-time something they're not doing, and really shouldn't, with that kind of uncertainty, try to increase ongoing programs if they can't afford it.
So with that, seeing that coming and knowing that we gave big increases last year, where are we sitting? I don't think any of us expected quite this dismal of an outcome, and just wondered where we're sitting in terms of our obligations.
We don't have we are not obligated for anything at this point that we can't afford for the next 3 years. Like I said, if you look at the anticipated unassigned balance in the third year, it's getting to be a little bit of a small number again, and we're going to want to keep a close eye on that as we get into next year's budget.
Right.
So
And just to clarify, that third year out, I think it was 500,000.
586, I think.
Yeah. That doesn't have the ESSER funds in it. I mean,
Those are all gone.
Those are
Those are
all,
done.
they've already been
Those will
accounted
be-
for.
yeah,
So
those will-
obviously that is remaining, that's unattached.
And those would have been in the
So-
restricted side anyway.
Yes, so
this
that's
is-
not,
yeah,
that's
this is-
true, that's kind of a,
Yeah.
with the positions, of course,
Mhm.
that are unfilled, that's probably what that kind of is. Positions that aren't filled?
No,
Or not
you mean the
necessarily.
586?
Mhm.
No, it's what we anticipate will be left over when we pay everything we're planning to do.
Mhm. Okay.
So
Does that
it's,
include the reserves?
no,
That's, so
no,
that's
that's
after the
separate.
reserves.
Yeah, we've got the 9%
Right, but
sitting
we're
there.
at 2 million this year.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I mean, to look, I try not to look at it and get too wound up
Right.
about it, but
It's January
um,
for change.
Well, and
It's
that's
pretty
because
drastic
we've
Yeah.
been using all
Yeah,
of our
'cause we had like
COVID
3.
money instead of our supplemental concentration
Right.
reserve.
Right.
Technically, supplemental concentration money is unrestricted. Not really, but they call it unrestricted, and that's where it's reported. So we're going to be digging into that, which means we will have less unassigned amounts
Mm-hmm.
and less assigned amounts. You can see the supplemental concentration reserve going down each year
Mhm.
because we're going to be replacing replacing those funds with that we were using the COVID money for.
Right.
So, that's where in the third year, we're going to need to really look at some of the things that we instituted using the COVID money and decide, are these, having an impact? What's the efficacy of them? Are they, worth what we're paying for them? And then make some decisions based on that.
so, can I go with my question? So the first thing is, I appreciate this summary that you always give us these key points here,
Absolutely.
because that, when I go to look at all the charts, it makes it, that I just kind of look where these things are, and then I love the last sheets. But my real big question is, I don't want to fester on specifics on but how, and this is maybe more of a question for Joe than Wendy, but how and when are we going to start evaluating these programs, and who's going to be involved, and how is,
Sure. So I think that's a large part of the LCAP process that we'll be going through, is to talk with folks about, that's one of the questions I want to ask, is what do you feel like has been effective? So to all of the different groups to say, if I hear consistently AVID is something across the board that's been effective and folks feel in support of, that's not something that we want to put on the chopping block. But if I hear, gee, we've had this, this thing out there that we've paid for that I don't feel has been very effective and hasn't been well used, then
It's easy.
that's an easy choice, and then bring that back to our ADCO to kind of say, okay, if this changes, what does that look like? What are the trade-offs that we're having if this goes away? Try to keep the cuts as far away from the classroom as possible, obviously. That's always the goal, is to stay focused on that. And I think that we would have some, we have a lot of room to make some of those, because those cuts, just because of the nature of, with COVID, we added so many things on, and not necessarily with the discretion that we would typically look at with a major program, because we were going through something we really didn't know what the solution was going to be. So we thought, let's put as many supports in place as we can. And I think, Kelly was bringing a good point. Like, let's look at what are some ways we can streamline some of these things into an easier to digest message for everybody involved, and kind of move forward. So I think it's both philosophical and from an actual financial standpoint that we make those two things come together. And I think the LCAP process is really going to make that push for us this year.
So can we, as we move, I don't know if it would be a time-consuming thing, but, we know what's paid for with the LCAP money, but is there another list, and maybe I've seen it, I'm sorry, in one place for like all these COVID, I'll just call them
I think we can pull it together. I don't know that it's all ever existed all in one place.
Well, I'm just wondering if then we could see things, so, because maybe I wouldn't even think to talk about one of, this item here, because, I forgot about it, because it was,
There was so
spent with
much.
COVID, right, that was 2 years ago, but anyway, so that we could see it all and say, well, nobody's talking about this, but this really was good, or, oh, nobody's talking about this, and really, this really was kind of a waste of money. So maybe that would have some talking points.
Yeah, I was thinking about that earlier today. I think that's a really good thing to kind of gives us a list of what are we actually talking about here. In addition to the LCAP pieces, because not everything that's in the LCAP has to stay in the LCAP. But, you know, we can have some discretion around that as well.
So, between now and January, you'll be looking at enrollment numbers and...
The numbers that are in here are what our certified CVEDS is going to be.
Okay. Well, I'm just wondering if, I guess, the enrollment's not declining so much that we have to worry about staffing and
No. It's actually kind of flat, but what's happened is the rolling average is hitting the flats.
Now, okay, gotcha.
So we're not getting the little bump from before.
Gotcha.
No, I was just going to say, I wanted to echo Kathy's that love your summaries. They make it, for people like me who are not good at accounting, much more digestible and understandable.
So Wendy, I really appreciate the analysis you did, the charts, and I guess without getting too much in the weeds, I did have a couple of questions. Like, you have comments like final placements or, you know, budgeting of some categoricals. Can you, like, I thought when we budgeted salary and benefits for one, we budgeted every available position. So we're kind of like over budgeting, but it looks like we're...
Well, yes and no. What happens is, a little bit, if we have positions that are open, we have to guess where they're going to be placed. And so they end up being placed somewhere else. Sometimes we have people who come in with more experience than we anticipated or less experience. And then we have people who have accepted positions and then go away for whatever reason. We have people who we generally assume with open classified positions that they're going to take benefits so that we are budgeting as much as we might have to put out. And then if they decide not to take benefits, then that comes out. So there are a lot of things like that. And there are also a lot of places, like I said, where when we're dealing with the budget, we're still looking at budgeted numbers, and we haven't moved all of the budgeted numbers into actual, where they actually end up at the end. And so, I mean, we do our best, we try to get pretty close, but we end up with rolling over more money than we thought we might be. And because we still have almost a month of expenses when we do the budget. So a lot of things can happen in that month. So we look at it and try to take our best guess about what we might be carrying over. And so then if we carry over a lot more, then we budget that out into this year. So now it's showing up in the first interim budget and coming out of it came out of the unaudited actuals.
So when you say budgeting of some categoricals, can you just, like, what is that?
Well, like a lot of the COVID money. So some of that we had budgeted to spend last year. Well, the playground didn't happen before the end of June, so we ended up moving that money into this year.
Got it.
So things like that happen that we don't know the exact timing of them.
Okay.
And so those move, either the timing or it's usually timing issues that we had planned to do something, but it just didn't happen in time. Like the school vans, you know, we had those budgeted last year. Well, they didn't show up, so we had to move that money into this year.
Yeah, because you see a number like 664,000, you know, over. I'm looking at just to pick a number, and that's, you know, that can cause alarm, but it makes sense what you're saying.
Right, and that's a lot of things where our like our mental health contracts are impacted there, and again, those are usually, because that's on the restricted size, those are generally one-time monies that either we didn't use as much of the service in that year as we thought, so we were moving it into this year, or in the case of our mental health services, we actually expanded those this year, so we increased those contracts. And also sometimes we don't find out until a couple weeks ago, how much we're actually getting allocated in certain areas. So then we add those allocations in and decide that this is how we're going to spend them. And so then the expenses increase with the revenues.
Any other questions? Is there any public comment?
There's not.
All right, so I'll entertain a motion for the first interim report.
I move to approve the 23-24 first interim budget.
And I'll second.
Roll call, please.
Trustee Makla,
Yes.
Trustee Schneider,
Yes.
Trustee Paley,
Yes.
and Trustee Babcock.
Yes.
And the motion carries.
Thank you. Moving on, is everyone, just keep going? Let me know if you need a break. Item 12.3, Board Bylaw 9250, remuneration, reimbursement, and other benefits. I know we've talked about this the last couple of meetings. We just always agree to keep it on. I don't know if anyone wants to just table it and move on till we know more about, I don't know if we have any more information on the health side of things.
No, Staywell won't meet until January. So.
Okay. So I don't know if there's any discussion or if you want to just keep it on for next time.
Folks want the information?
Yeah.
What you're thinking?
Well, we don't have any different information,
Right.
but Joe
Right.
alluded to the fact last month that nobody thinks they're
They're not gonna
let us
budge.
out anyway. So,
Well, and there's really two issues. So.
Right.
Right. So I guess with regards to the board stipend, I think at this point, if anyone wanted to make a change, they could, or see if there was a majority for a change, we could make a motion and see what happens, or keep it on, or, just.
I just feel like, right on the heels of the interim report, I can't see putting money toward what we do. I'm not saying what we do isn't valuable, I think it is, but that's not why any of us are here, I think. And I don't know, I can't see voting to take money that could go toward, something important for kids, or, we talked about the AEDs that we need to replace. There's a lot of things that the district needs to provide, and anyway, that's me.
Any other thoughts?
well then, I'll go out on a limb. I move to leave these two bylaws as written, right? Then that would take it off the agenda, right?
Well, we just wouldn't take action.
Right.
There was no motion, so it would just
Okay,
die.
is that the way to get it off the agenda?
Oh.
That's why, because if we just table it, we're just gonna keep kicking
Well, yeah,
it.
we'll keep tabling it. I mean, unless you wanted to say, let's check in 3 months with a new member and see if it changes any discussion and the budget. But that's kind of a new information that the budget's so dire,
Dismal, yeah.
dismal. But it's not really affecting us, but it will in the future.
Sure.
So the sustainability of this change. But then there was conversation that it would offset someone's medical allotment. So that was like the rush, if someone needed that. But it's not dire right now for us. So
And we could bring it back anytime.
anytime someone wants
Doesn't really even
to,
have to be tabled.
that's right. But if, you don't want to see it next month,
Well,
you could just say, no motion's made and it dies, and then it doesn't have to go, because there's no direction to have it on next month.
Right.
So we really don't have to be formal about it.
okay.
I get the sense there's not support for any change, enough support for any change.
Not any,
so-
great, yeah,
So we can just let it go.
no motion.
I think personally, for me, I know I've been, I don't know about pushing this, but wanting to at least consider it. And I think for me, after going to the conference, if we were to invest in the board any further financially, it would be to try and attend this thing every year, at least not everybody. Maybe,
Right,
but every
maybe the
year.
money
Like,
go
spend
there.
some money
On the training.
on training and professional development for us,
Yeah.
so we can do our jobs. Not that we don't do a bad job, no, just so we can do better at what we do. And
Keeps us current
It
and
does.
informed.
keeps us
and-
enthusiastic.
Yep.
And I just want to make sure that I state publicly again that it's not that I don't value what we do and I don't think we should, get these extra things, but I thought it was more money than 15,000, so I don't know if that's 15 is just for the stipend and not the insurance. I thought it was higher than that, but anyway, it doesn't matter. Either
That would
way.
be just for the stipend.
Right, okay,
So-
that's what I wanted to clarify too, but, I will say that the discussion about the insurance would be something I would lean more towards just because of somebody that if they came in with free insurance and then would have to take this and then, that whole, piece of equity and things like that, I would be more apt to discuss that a little more because I don't want anybody to not do this because they don't want to have to pay.
Yeah, I
The-
agree.
Or can't, more
Or-
like.
Right,
not-
don't want to or can't.
Can't.
But again, it's money that
It's a
it's
chunk
out of the,
when
it's
you.
out of the kid, it takes it away from the kids and so.
Well, unless there's a motion, we'll move on. Okay. Item 12.4, 2024 schedule of regular board meetings.
So again, you've had a chance to review this, I hope, and I think this is our third time seeing this, I believe. So
Yep.
I think we got all the dates right, and if there are no other questions.
That's good.
I'll move to approve item, was it 12.4, 2024 schedule of regular board meetings.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Okay, roll call?
Trustee Schneider,
Yes.
Trustee Babcock,
Yes.
Trustee Paoli,
Yes.
and Trustee Makla.
Yes.
And the motion carries.
All right, item 12.5, teacher consent form.
All right, and so this is for our new theater or drama teacher to be able to teach drama. It's basically, we've called these local authorizations before. It's just they have enough hours to be able to do this. Their credential just isn't in this. They have a multi-subject credential, so because they're a fully credentialed teacher, they can add additional pieces on.
Is there any questions?
No, we've done these before.
Yeah.
Okay, any public comment?
And the
Alright.
teacher did sign or will sign.
Will sign, yes.
Yeah.
Okay, so is there a motion?
I move to approve the teacher consent form for the middle school and high school.
I'll second.
All right, roll call?
Trustee Makla,
Yes.
Trustee Babcock,
Yes.
Trustee Schneider,
Yes.
Trustee Paoli,
Yes.
and the motion carries.
All right. Item 12.6, Resolution 23-10, Declaration of Need for Fully Qualified Educators.
So we just needed to update, this is actually a form that you approved generally earlier in the year. We had an additional need for a emergency EL authorization that came up, and that put us over the number that we had anticipated, so we just brought this back to update that number.
Okay, any questions? Any public comment?
No.
Okay. Do you guys feel like we need to read the resolution?
No, and do we attach the, let's say there's two, the actual form and the resolution? So we're approving both of them?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, so they're both in there.
Yes, they're both attached.
All right. Entertain a motion to adopt the resolution.
I move to adopt Resolution 2310 and the Declaration of Need for Fully Qualified Educators.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Roll call?
Trustee Schneider,
Yes.
Trustee Makla,
Yes.
Trustee Babcock,
Yes.
and Trustee Paoli,
Yes.
and the motion carries.
Perfect. Item 12.7, Board Bylaw 9320, Meetings and Notices.
So I think it was noticed in our review of our bylaws that we didn't necessarily have the right day and time, or we didn't have one in there, and so that has been added to this policy for our regular meetings.
So I saw it still saying the second Thursday of every
Yes, I think we
month.
just wanted to put it, take the second out or something,
Yeah,
isn't
I
it?
thought-
Like
or-
a
or
Thursday.
we were gonna say the second Thursday, except when conflicts with
The board meeting
vacations or
shall, when
something.
regular meeting, when regular meeting shall be held.
I'm sorry, I missed that note.
6 PM on Thursday. Yeah, I don't know if we were gonna cut it out, or somehow we were gonna not, because it's not.
Because now it's they're
It's all over.
moved quite a bit.
There's 3 that are,
And I think the other reason why this came back was because we wanted to consider changing the motion time to extend a meeting. I think that's in here too, or not? Thought it was.
oh yeah.
It's 10:30, I know, but.
Let's see the time here. To a later time location. I don't see the stated time.
Maybe it's not, maybe I'm,
Yeah, I don't believe it was in this.
not in this one, okay.
Ending time is.
Maybe we already did that one. I thought it was in this one.
Okay, so do we want to bring it back, or
Or if
Prove
you'd
it
like to
with
make a motion
oral.
with the language, we
Yeah.
could certainly do that as
Well, and this, if you really want to be precise, we don't have a meeting in July, a regular meeting. So this says
That's true.
each month.
Yeah.
So each school month?
And we have 2 meetings in June.
On most Thursdays.
I mean, so could wordsmith this forever, but.
Yeah.
can we just say something like, the board shall hold meetings according to their annually approved calendar, or is that too broad and vague?
No, I think you probably could. I mean, we are meeting on a Monday right now, so.
Exactly.
And consider it a regular board meeting.
Or we could say board shall meet, hold 1 meeting per month on the second Thursday when possible, but I don't know, but, again, we
Get
could
too
wordsmith this
wordy.
to
Well,
death,
we could say
yeah.
with the calendar approved at the organizational meeting in December.
Mhm.
So then that
Yeah.
always
That's
remains the same and.
Clear and, yeah.
Yeah, clear and concise.
Okay, I move to approve bylaw 9320, stating that the board shall hold regular meetings as approved in the December organizational, let's not even say December, in the annual organizational meeting.
I'll second.
Perfect. You got that, Renee?
It's recorded.
That's recorded. Perfect. All right, roll call whenever you're ready.
Thank goodness. Trustee Paoli,
Yes.
Trustee Schneider,
Yes.
Trustee Babcock,
Yes.
and Trustee Mackla.
And
Yes.
there was a second, I'm sorry, everything was,
Yes.
Yes.
Oh, yeah,
Okay.
I'll second.
Kathy,
Yeah.
Trustee Babcock, you were the motion, Mary was the second. Yes. And the motion carries.
All right. Moving on, 13.1, recommended update board policy 0415 for equity.
And this is our ongoing item that we've had on here. I know we've been doing some work, so I really appreciate the time on the Saturday of the AEC. I know I was hitting that point of like, oh my gosh, I've got so much in my brain, and to sit down and spend more time doing that really important work, I really appreciate your efforts in there. I think we had some good conversations about our equity statement and continuing to develop.
And actually, I was feeling that same way, like, oh, I'm hitting a wall here. I felt really revived after having that conversation. I thought it was a really good meeting, so.
So when you entered, you were thinking,
I
but
know
then you.
my brain's not really working now, but maybe it was the coffee. I don't know, it's
It
good
was,
coffee.
it was the
Really
best
good.
coffee all weekend. I was like, wow, way to
And I love having it right behind me.
Right, it's so handy.
well, it's getting late, but I do think that for the public and transparency and all that stuff, that maybe next month we can talk a little bit more about what we are doing and the conversations we are having. But I don't want to.
Right,
We've
well,
been here.
and,
This is
and
longer
to make
meeting
sure
for
that,
us.
because it was really our first live with the new gamut, to have that agenda that she prepared attached to the equity. Because right now, when you look on it, it just says equity, but then people can see the points we talked about.
Good idea, yeah.
Yeah, because that was like an agenda within an agenda kind of a thing, because she had her her kind of PowerPoint steps.
Right.
So that would be helpful.
Yeah.
And we did have someone join us virtually the whole
Yeah.
meeting, so.
Okay, anything else? All right, 13.2, Williams sufficiency.
We just wanted to bring this forward after, we had asked the board to approve for Redwood using our reading curriculum supplemented with the, the
In the flyer.
getting the
U-Fly?
no, not
Oh,
the
the
U-Fly, it's
flyer.
the mystery science. There we go.
Oh, there we go.
Yeah.
For our science curriculum. Sorry, it's a long Monday today. So the county office, the Board of Education took action to say that we're all compliant. So
Oh,
that was a
good.
part of that action. I just wanted to close that loop for you and for the public that we are considered compliant for this year and working on the official adoption with the county office has really sped up the process a good bit to support the science adoption because they've gone through this a few times because everybody feels about the same way around the science materials. Just nothing's knocking anybody's socks off right now. So.
Okay, 13.3, Board of Trustees governance calendar.
Excuse me.
All right. So this is just reviewing our governance calendar for the year. I can't remember, was there a request to put this on?
Don't think that we ever actually
Oh, we didn't ever.
take action. We didn't actually take action, yeah. It's
Okay.
still a draft.
And so we didn't have it on action for this.
But this isn't really something that, it's just a guide for
It's
us
just a
to,
guide, yeah.
at agenda
Right.
setting. I don't really know if it needs
Well,
to
and
be.
it's good just to see, what I've learned about it is that it tells folks, I'm really into, I don't know, the governance handbook. So I want to make sure I go to the November meeting, kind of guiding us to make sure we hit these items.
I was kind of hoping we could go over it maybe in more detail at our January workshop. This would be one of the things.
Yes.
Okay.
And I
And
think
Wendy,
we,
if
yeah.
you could let us know if everything matches for you.
There's a couple things here that I think
Get
need
adjusted.
to move a little bit. The P2 reports are generally not until March. The developer fees are on here twice. There's a developer fee report in January and developer fee, where does it say that? Accounting resolution in December. I don't see a need for both of those things.
Wendy, maybe we can go over it before the board.
Okay,
works.
yeah, we can do that. That would be perfect. And this year, the audit is going to not be until February because the state failed to approve all of the J13As. So anybody that has one of those pending has to wait an extra month to get their audit because they didn't approve them, and then we don't want a finding with question costs.
You look thrilled.
Surprise, surprise.
Yeah.
All right, so 13.4, board member vacancy, criteria for prospective members and interview responses.
So we just put this on so there was an opportunity for the board to kind of get a chance, sort of as a pre-meeting to the interviews that we will have coming up on January 2nd, because that will be upon us before we know. I hope that you've had a chance to review both sets of interview questions. We had the ones that Nicole Anderson shared that I shared out with you, as well as initially we had the interview questions from the CSBA packet, which are pretty
Very similar.
straightforward. So,
Yeah.
and there's
And Kelseyville's also looking for 2 board members, so their process was on their website, and it's obviously very similar to ours because we're following the CSBA. But thank you, Renee, for putting the link so people can click on it. Because that's the other thing, I guess we have to have maybe a computer here. Because if someone's
that's
looking
true.
at the paper, or if they have no concept what we're looking at, and that's interesting.
So I did have a conversation with one individual today who has quite an interest and has already started filling out the application. So I'm encouraged, and it's a very strong applicant there. I've heard of a couple of others, so I'm hopeful that we'll
Yeah.
get some strong applications in by the end of the week.
Right.
And like I say, the person I spoke to, I tried to lay out all of everything and
Time commitment.
the time commitment and everything, and they felt very comfortable with that. So,
Yeah.
as well as just what the overall responsibilities of the position are. It's not an
Right.
easy position as a volunteer. So,
Do we have what's the general timeline?
so we will have applications are due on Friday, and then I believe we're meeting
We're reviewing Monday
reviewing on Monday, the 18th.
and
I believe.
possibly Tuesday? or
Well, I
Wednesday?
knew we would be meeting before, or like the next week, but I don't have an exact, tell me the exact time. Anyway, we can do that later, but yeah, I know you and I will be going through the applications.
And then we have a meeting scheduled on January 2nd.
January
Yes.
2nd will be the interviews, yes.
Right.
At 4:30.
Okay, so our process to finalize the interview questions, are the two of you, is that something the two of you are gonna work on, or?
We would start and then we would give them to Joe and he can push them out to you.
So we'll
to-
do it kind of.
From
okay.
him,
Okay.
yeah,
Yep,
but
I'll be
we'll
the
start
conduit
it,
to
yeah.
move all that forward.
Okay, is there anything else you think we need to consider with this process at the moment?
No, just reviewing the basic criteria, which I think you all know. You have to be a registered voter, that you have to be of age of majority, and that you have to live within the district boundaries.
Mhm.
Okay. All right.
Yeah, the trustee map that looks ancient is attached.
Okay, so moving on, Gamut online meetings, agendas, and minutes.
And I think we just wanted to take an opportunity to acknowledge for the public, give opportunity for public comment around the idea of our new system, if there are any questions or if there's a desire for any training around the Gamut online piece for our public members.
I'm sorry, I was gonna ask at the last item,
Oh.
are there more people watching tonight than normal?
Frey, how many viewers?
Oh, I thought you.
We have
Two.
2 viewers.
Yep.
I thought maybe
It's
there might
Wendy's
be a few
husband,
extras for
Wendy's
these
husband,
interested parties.
And
but-
maybe one,
They might have been watching
Earlier.
earlier.
We have a peak of 3.
Okay.
I was gonna say, you can
See?
tell, it could be
Not
this,
much.
well, I mean, there were people asking, I mean, I had
Yeah.
some questions, so.
I did too. So we
And I know people wait to the last minute.
Well, and I know it's also, city council was meeting tonight, so it's kind of it's a conflict that
it's
we're not
Monday
used to
night
having with meetings as well, because I heard some folks like, well, I gotta do the city council thing, you know.
Gotcha.
And there's
I don't even know what day of the week it is. When you say that, I'm like, oh yeah, it is Monday.
Yeah.
Yeah, I keep thinking
Felt like
tomorrow's
a
Friday.
Thursday.
Like, oh, no, it's only Tuesday.
I know, I don't like Monday meetings, so.
Okay,
So back to the gamut. So I guess my first is that we'll have to have laptops here, because if someone were.
there are printed copies here of the agenda.
Right, but if they wanted to see an item that's attached, they won't see the attachment, because we don't have binders of all the paperwork. 'Cause-
No, we
'cause-
wouldn't have had that anyway.
I don't think they had the attachments.
Yeah, we used to back in the day.
Oh, really?
But I think it's a point which we haven't,
Because
I
you
think
could always
there
see the
should be some kind
attachment.
of-
There was more information, like you had the cover page. Well, that when you printed it out, I guess it's not there.
I think
but-
we haven't
Yeah.
had it since we got rid of the binder
Yeah,
packet. But I
right.
think it's a point that
If someone.
We
Once
should-
upon a time, we did bring a handful of
Right.
Chromebooks, I think it was before your time, to the meetings so that people could follow along if they wanted to.
Peruse, because we don't
Would it
have paper.
Could we roll a cart from the next door classroom and just pull it in each time we have a meeting?
We can just probably bring, I mean, I think we
One.
have a few at the DO that we could probably.
Yeah,
Just
I
one
think
or
it
two
would
or
be
three.
better probably to use the ones from the district office because they're designed for open guest
Yeah.
login,
Gotcha.
whereas the carts are more specific for students.
Students, yeah.
Things
Right.
might be
The
blocked.
logins will be
Yeah.
different.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But we can, how many do you think, would you
Just
like
a
me to?
couple, just,
like
I would
2
think
or
just
3?
two, because people could share.
Okay,
Yeah.
that's easy.
Unless we wanted to put all of the attachments up here.
Mhm.
We could do that too.
On the screen.
True.
Because that's the only thing I'll have to say. I don't know how much I'm reading with this format. Like the old days, you're like, oh my God, I got 500 pages. So I got to make sure I break it up. Like here, you can pretend you're printing it and see.
but otherwise it doesn't have the pages, yeah. Which is good for me.
I'd like to know what I'm getting into.
I don't wanna know it. That's a good idea, actually, just to put it, why don't we?
Each
Yep.
document
Just put
that's
'em in
coming
there
through,
and, yeah.
that might save
The people that are here, if
Can at
Nancy said,
least-
wait, could you go to this part?
What does that
We
mean?
would do that.
If it's not too much of a hassle, I do think it would be nice to at least have one, because if
Mhm.
someone comes in and they're like, oh, I want to, and they haven't looked at home, and they're like, oh, I'm interested in, the board packet, they can look at it to see, do I want to stay till, 8:30 to talk about this, or?
Yeah.
So would the board like to try both in January, where we have
Yes,
Chromebooks and the documents are on screen, and then we can see how that feels, and if it still doesn't feel like enough information, we can talk about bringing a packet for people to, okay.
We'll see right away if people pick up the Chromebooks.
Right.
Correct.
Because
Well,
when
and
the-
again, we're,
Correct.
right now, there's not a room full of people,
No.
Right.
so
But,
In which case,
it's,
bring
we
the
can't really judge
No.
Because what's,
forever because
right,
of what's happening right now.
and what's
so.
posted, like if I go onto the website, which I always do that on a board meetings to see what the public can see.
right, that's what's
They
on
don't
screen right
know,
now.
yeah, they don't know to double click on the item. They're like, there's nothing here. It
And
looks
there's
like,
another attachment, yeah.
because if you print it with at least the attachments, it's like 7 pages. This is a 4-page agenda. Do you attach something even bigger? Probably, I don't know. Do you? Like the.
You can embed links and you can include a lot of other information, so.
But I think the paper clips are here so they could click on them if they knew.
Correct, they can open.
Find the content and know to scroll over.
That's, yeah, it does require some additional tech
Mouse work.
practice. I think it might be beneficial to have a little video clip to sort of guide people, and Joe and I already talked about
Okay.
that on the website, so people can watch a little video similar to the one that I made when you guys were trying to, we're all learning, so we can have that there as well, just a quick walkthrough.
Well, I do think now that we think about it, I mean, the information hasn't been on the table for a couple of years.
Oh, a
Not
long
since I've
time.
been here.
So-
Long
I
time.
think since
Not
I
since,
joined the board.
Yeah.
meeting,
Yeah.
I don't think
So
it's
I
been
think
there.
it's a reminder that
Yeah.
Yeah.
access is important.
yes, I agree.
But otherwise, I think it's going to be a nice addition, because when you're reviewing it, you can put your little sticky notes to,
Oh, yeah.
because sometimes you're like, oh, what was that? I forgot my notes at home.
Yep.
It will take me a little bit of time. I'm still feeling pretty clunky with it. And I may have to go to a computer, because I feel like the iPad, like I have to tap on things multiple times.
I was gonna ask you, because, yeah, I tried it and I thought, oh, no.
Well, I really feel like I need a mouse, because there's lots more click over here, move this over, because I wanted to
Yeah.
move. It
That-
just,
yeah.
it's,
That makes sense.
We'll get it back.
so I'm like, where is it?
All right, anything else with Gannett?
Feedback is helpful. That's all I'm gonna say.
Well, thanks for getting it done and
Yeah.
getting us loaded.
And everything, yeah,
This
everything.
was Joe.
And then when you highlight it in our district or our board meeting mode, that means that you're waiting for something, because a lot of things, and then those go away.
When you see yellow, that means I'm either waiting for something, or
Not
somebody's
ready.
reviewing something, or it's not, there's an attachment that may not be there yet, or
Okay.
there's still something pending, so,
Which means you need to print it out of there and not off of, because I have yellow and it was out of order. We're figuring it out.
All right, 14.1, board reports.
I can say I went to the Wellness Committee meeting, and we're gonna be meeting again next month and bringing a new board policy, or revised board policy to the board. And the Three Rivers Board meeting, and of course, the conference.
Yeah, I felt like I reported out an hour before. Yes, so I'm thinking that I didn't go to the wellness, but I ended up talking to Pilar, so I felt like I was there.
And we actually had a community member join.
Awesome.
Yeah. She saw it on social media.
Okay.
And she has a master's in social, or community safety and health or something? I
I
mean,
believe so, yeah.
yeah,
like it
something
was-
that dovetailed nicely.
I had my great shout out for the high school thing last time and I can't, my brain, yeah, I can't think
Yeah, I
of
know.
anything.
We're all petering out at 8:30.
I should have wrote it down this time.
Well, I just want to thank you all for the opportunity to be present next year. I'm excited to work with all of you again, and with whoever joins us. And just doors open, emails open, phones open for whatever you guys might need. However, I can support the board and its work. So thank you.
Yeah, and thank Mary for
And thank you, Mary, for
the smooth presidency.
Thank you.
You always kept us very well informed. I never felt lost.
Well, thank you. It's good to hear.
All right, advanced planning.
Oh, Diana, oh, you felt, never mind.
Advanced planning.
I already said something to Joe, but I'll say it here so, because we're in public. Was hoping to hear from Kristen. How do you pronounce Kristen's last name? Is it Ballette?
Ballier.
Ballier, okay, I don't think that seemed right. Ballier Larson. Just to report out on that combined position of the alt-ed principal and the grant coordinator. See how that's going?
And since you brought that up, I would be curious as to know how the AD position, not the CIF report, but how that is going to, now that that's a separate position.
And I know, so in January, we're having our workshop, so I'm hopeful that we can talk about like a site visit boardwalk with Joe, and then consider what it looks like to have the meetings with our superintendent on a quarterly basis, one-on-one, like on a regular basis. That was brought up over the first hour.
Yeah.
Great.
And housekeeping.
All right, housekeeping.
I just wanted to say, let me click on it, that Thursday, we have a DLAC meeting, as well as Three Rivers changed their board meeting.
Tomorrow.
Just tomorrow, but yes.
Tomorrow, sorry. I'm looking at, this is really tiny. I put my glasses on. Anyway, so I didn't know if you were going to Three Rivers. I've been going, but I thought I'd go to DLAC.
I'm out of town.
Oh, you're out of town.
So it's the
You're leaving.
same.
Yeah.
So,
Same time.
And I'll be at DLAC, so.
True.
Three Rivers.
So I'll go
So-
ahead and go do Three Rivers then.
Three Rivers.
I'll go to Three Rivers.
Because you'll be at DLAC.
Yes.
Okay. That was the only thing I had to say.
In middle school, 3:30, 5:30. Okay, let's continue.
All right, anything further?
Nope.
All right, is there a motion to adjourn?